Before we gavel in the formal part of the meeting, the library director has asked me to have your attention for 5 minutes or less to make an important announcement. So Ryan Donovan down front, go right ahead.
Hello, I am Ryan Donovan, the director of the Southborough Library. I'm here to provide a brief update on what's been happening at the library over the last year. The library continues to look to the future while maintaining its small town charm. Today, we are seeking the community's support for materials, staff development, and youth programs. And already having technical difficulties. I guess, Vanessa, I might need you to go to the next slide for me. The clicker's not clicking. Sorry. This is why the applause is preemptive, everyone. You gotta wait until I finish. Okay, we're in business, everyone. Training and professional development is a key component provided to library staff to better ensure that they feel prepared and safe in the library. Through the Greater Boroughs Partnership for Health and in collaboration with the Southborough Board of Health, the library has offered space for Narcan training for the community. Library staff and the Library Board of Trustees participated in an active shooter-stabber training sponsored by the Southborough Police Department. The next staff training will be QPR suicide prevention training with the Southborough Youth and Family Services staff this summer. The library exists as a space outside of the home and workplace that matters to the community, fosters a sense of belonging, and better connects us all. Community space is disappearing, making library space for Southborough residents needed now more than ever. Last year, the library offered 162 programs for adults and had 1,789 adult attendees. Highlights of popular programs include the monthly cookbook club, virtual cooking programs, a mini art show for Mental Health Awareness Month, and competitive puzzle nights. The Southborough Library has made a commitment to provide programming to teenagers and young adults, a group previously identified as an underserved population during our strategic planning efforts. The programming that has been developed gives teens new opportunities to receive volunteer hours while socializing and enjoying a creative activity. Activities have included making cards for seniors, decorating canvas bags for foster kids, making dog toys for Bay Path Humane Society, and making fleece blankets for Project Linus. During 2025, the library offered 94 programs for teenagers and had 730 young adult attendees. The library and the youth services librarian Mariana in particular receives very positive feedback from our teens and their parents on library programs. The Assistant Library Director, Kim Ivers, plans, coordinates, and implements juvenile programming, including programming for children from infant to elementary school ages. During 2025, we offered 225 programs for children and had 4,148 attendees. Some of the most popular programs for kids include the baby and toddler and preschool story times, kids jams, young scientists with the YMCA, DCR nature programs, read to a dog, crafternoons, and holiday parties with crafts for all ages. Additional programs is offered during school vacations and during summer reading, with a notable increase in participants during those times. It is my privilege this year, once again, to present the Peggy Tuttle Award for Library Service Distinction. During her 30 years as a librarian, Peggy Tuttle always said that people were the most important part of her job. Peggy played a huge part in establishing the welcome attitude and created the positive atmosphere for our town's library. Assistant Library Director Kim Ivers, who knew Peggy Tuttle for the majority of her professional career, likes to describe Peggy as the embodiment of customer service. The individual that I'm here today to honor has committed nearly a decade of service to the Southborough Library. He came to the library as a participant of the Senior Tax Work-Off program. He went on to learn the ins and outs of library services and materials, including a begrudging acceptance of how popular graphic novels are for our juvenile patrons. He has become a valued member of the library team. When he was nominated for this award, he shared with me that the weekly shift at the library is an important part of his physical and mental health. It's hard to imagine Tuesday mornings at the circulation desk without him. I am extremely proud this year to present the Peggy Tuttle Award to resident Bert McHugh. Please join me in congratulating Bert.
Thank you, Ryan. Without further ado, good morning, folks, and welcome to our annual town meeting for 2026. It is great to see you all here. My name is Paul Cimino. I'm your elected town moderator. I've been informed by the clerk that we have a quorum of at least 100 registered voters, and therefore this town meeting will come to order. As your moderator, I'm responsible for the oversight and conduct of our proceedings here today. I am pleased to see all of you here, especially anybody here that is attending town meeting for the very first time. Welcome. Today, as always, I will do my best to honor the commitment of everyone here to our town's governance by proceeding along as fairly but efficiently as possible. And now, if you would please rise as our local scouts post the colors and then remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. As the scouts post, scouts can come forward. Our four scouts today are Bennett Green from Junior Troop 83145, Isabel Yudici, same troop, Vida Taylor, same troop, and Yardley Taylor from Senior Troop 62248. The Girl Scouts are led by Carol Saunders. Are you going to bring them forward?
Attention, please. Color Guard advance.
Carol, if you're out there, could you come forward as well? Thank you.
Please recite the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Color Guard, post the colors. Grammy, come up here.
Carol, come on up. Carol Saunders is the scout leader who's here this morning. We weren't sure, so we asked Carol how long she's been doing this. And Carol indicated and informed us that this is her 37th year of leading the Girl Scouts here in town since 1989. Yardley, who's been commanding the troop, is Carol's granddaughter. Carol started leading the troop of Yardley's mother. Carol has girls in her current two troops, for which she was their mother's leader as well. So you've already done it. I wanted to recognize Carol for that service to the town, to the girls of our town. It's a tremendous thing. So thank you guys very much. Okay. How's that?
Color guard dismissed.
You may all be seated. Thank you. I'm holding up the annual report. It's a blue-covered report. It has an image of 6 different quilts on the cover, and in a second I'll explain that to you. On page 7 of the annual report, you'll find a list of 60 individuals that our community lost in 2025. I'd like to have you all join me now in a moment of silence to remember all of our departed neighbors that are listed on page 7. Thank you very much. On the preceding pages, on pages 5 and 6, you'll see the story of the quilts on the cover of the report. A local resident named Anita Reeder convened sort of an initiative that she calls Quilts of Valor, in making these handmade quilts for the veterans in our town. Anita did it of her own volition, of her own good heart, and she is here today, and it happens to be Anita's birthday today as well. So we give Anita a little bit of love. I'd appreciate that as well. Anita, I know the veterans in town appreciate it very much. Okay, as with all, let's see. As with the past few town meetings since 2024, we have been employing an electronic voting system that has, we've worked the kinks out, and if you were here last town meeting, it just went swimmingly. Each of you when you came in, was issued a pink wristband and an electronic voting device. And we will use these to quickly record votes that are too close to call otherwise, and it will save us a lot of time. For just a minute at this point, I want to yield the microphone to the town clerk, who will explain how the clickers work for those of you who either weren't here or don't remember. Jim, can you give them a quick...
Good morning. A lot of effort went into this. You see just the tip of the iceberg with the folks up here. Would the folks on the clicker response team come forward, please? These are high school and middle school students that have been helping us test the clickers, test them in the townhouse, program them, and they all came in yesterday to test them again a 3rd time in place right here. We also have a number of former employees of the town that came back to help us today. I want to recognize Amy Berry over here, who used to be the deputy town clerk. Amy's now the town clerk in Grafton, so she gave up her Saturday to come in. Melanie Otsako, who used to work in the selectman's office, is now the assistant town administrator in Brookline. She came back. Kristen Pasicane also came back. She worked in the payroll office. So we're lucky to have a lot of really good people that come back to help us a bit. All right, clickers. First of all, are there any voters in this hall that do not have a clicker at all, a clicker specifically with a white lanyard? If you do, please raise your hand. Okay, that's very important because the clickers with the white lanyards will work in this room, but they will not work in the cafeteria. They're going to talk about that later on if you want to get pizza and stuff later on in there. Conversely, the people that have families with kids, they went into the cafeteria, they get a red lanyard, and their red lanyard will not work in here, okay? All right, so let's talk a little bit about security of the clickers. If you choose to use the restroom, please take the clicker with you. You can't leave it to have somebody else vote on your proxy. It's not going to work that way. Sally Waters and some people at the counter will inquire about that, so we'll make that work. Where this is going to be a full day without a break for lunch, it's possible that some of you may choose to leave. You may choose to leave, and maybe you want to come back later on. If you do decide, give me 1 second here.
A full day does not necessarily mean a long day. When we get to the consent list, you'll see what I mean.
Okay. My point is, when you leave here and you have a white lanyard, or they're asking to see the wristband, everybody in here should have a pink wristband. That means you're a registered voter. We wrote your clicker number on the back of that, on your side of your wristband. We have no idea when you're up voting who number 27 is, couldn't care less, all right? But the reason we wrote your the clicker number of the wristband is if you do choose to leave and you say you're gonna come back, we're gonna have you place your clicker in this box, which is secured, okay? And they'll write your name and then a clicker number and so forth on that. And if you do decide to come back, the police officer will open this up and return that clicker to you. Okay, so it's very important. If you're leaving for the day and you're not coming back, we have boxes in the corner that are secured with police evidence tape. You drop them in, they can't be opened up today. So we take the security of these clickers very carefully. Anyone have any questions about that? Great. Okay, can you put a test question up, please? All right. So a couple of things about this question, okay? This is not open yet. The question isn't open. So when you take your clicker, the screen is blank, press any button on it, yes or no right now. And you should see the letter A or the letter B pop up on the screen. If anybody doesn't see that, please raise your hand. You should see the letter A or B pop up on the screen. Depends on whether you press yes or no. Okay? Okay? You're seeing A and B only because we haven't opened up the vote. Okay? Once more time, does everybody have something show up on the screen right now? What do we have? We good? All right, excellent, thank you. All right, one round for the clicker response team, good. Okay, now, when you open a vote, okay? Open the vote, please. Okay, now, if you press a button on your clicker, it's gonna show up on the screen. Now, I have number 661, I pressed yes, and it's gonna show up as green on that screen, so it showed I had a yes vote. If I change my vote, anytime, and I change that again, you can change from yes to no as many times as you want. You're gonna see the word okay pop up on the screen, and the number 1 or the number 2, depending upon whether you voted yes or no. You can change, the okay indicates that the system has received your vote. You can change your vote as many times as you want. It takes a second or two for it to register the signal, so if you press back and forth immediately, it's not gonna work. But as long as the vote is open, you can change your mind as often as you'd like, okay? Everybody working okay with the clickers? Anybody have any issues? Okay, great, all right, so the moderator will leave the question open for a little while, and just a test, okay? Can you guys switch the participant mode off on this, grid off on this, or can you do it when it's open? I don't know if you can. All right, no worries, okay. So this is just a test to show how your vote is going, okay? It's not gonna show the total. When the moderator takes a vote, the screen's gonna look a little different. It'll just show the total. So 157 people have clicked right now. There were 172 people that got clickers. But there are people out in the hallway out here that aren't voting as well, and people up front, some don't, so we're good to go. I would be terrified if we had 172 votes and only 150 have been issued. So this is perfectly normal. Okay, all right. So the moderator will say, all right, I'm about to close the vote. Maybe he'll count down or whatever. Give enough time to do it because a lot of us just wait till the last minute. It's just how we're wired. All right, we're gonna close the vote now. No questions in here? Great. Please close the vote. Ooh. That is interesting, okay? All right, okay. Any questions on the clickers? All right, thank you very much. Yeah, thanks, Amy. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. On we go. Traditionally in New England, town meetings serve as the legislative branch of town government. Town meeting decides whether to appropriate money to run the town, considers whether to create, revise, or remove local town statutes, known as bylaws. And our town operates with an open town meeting, meaning that every registered voter in town can come here today and vote on all matters before us. A warrant is issued in advance of any town meeting for voters to be forewarned about the time, place, and substance of the matters to be considered. The warrant before us today is a seafoam green color. Hopefully you all picked one up on your way in. Beginning on page 9, it lays out a total of 34 articles to be considered today. As a general rule, the proceedings at town meeting are governed by the rules and practices contained in Chapter 41 of our town code and in the latest edition of Town Meeting Time, which is a publication of the Massachusetts Moderators Association. It is this blue book that I'm holding up, bluish purple. There is a copy of this in the library. If any of you have copious free time, it's there to have a look at. And that's what governs us. There's been some confusion in the past whether Robert's Rules of Order are in play today. They are not. In keeping with our long-time town practice, our proceedings today continue until either the scheduled end of this session, which is 5 p.m., or until the article under consideration at 5 p.m. is done, or a quorum is called and fails, or a motion for adjournment is passed by a majority. Another of our longtime practices in our town has been to allow certain non-voters into the hall. These people do not participate unless approved by us, and they do not vote under any circumstance. But typically they are non-resident town employees or members of the press, etc. All non-voters can be identified today by their black and white checkered wristband. And the list of non-voters who have been included today is this burnt orange colored document that I hope you picked up on your way in. It's there for you to peruse. If there are any questions or concerns about the non-voters here today, please do make me aware of that. Our proceedings today are being live streamed and recorded by our vendor, iMedia. Our bylaw requires me to define the bounds of the hall. Tonight, our hall is split into two portions. The first portion is in here. It's all the seats in the auditorium and the aisles between them, all in front of that louvered back wall. The second portion is the seats in the cafeteria that we have for overflow or those who may have younger folks to supervise. All voters must be within those bounds to vote. If you leave the hall for any reason, you must return to cast a vote. Now, a few notes about the parliamentary process. As we proceed through the warrant, a motion and other pertinent information about each article we posted on the projection screen here at Center Stage. As is customary, your town clerk, Jim Hegarty, and your town council, Jay Tallerman, are up front here with me, while your select board, chaired by Andrew Dennington, and your advisory committee, chaired by Marcy Jones, are sitting down on the floor in the front. With the exception of Mr. Tallerman, our town council, all of those folks are registered town voters, just like you. It is good to be reminded that as we gather here today, this is a significant element of our town government. In other words, you are not spectators today. You are the government body acting today. And so the primary and most prominent function of this town meeting does not occur on the stage or down in the front, but out there at the microphones with your questions, debates, and votes. Anybody who has checked in today can go to any of the microphones, state their name, their home address, and then speak to the current motion or ask a question. If any voter wishes to be heard who happens to also be a town official, they will likewise wait in the queue at a microphone like everybody else. All questions should be directed through me. No one may speak until recognized by me. This includes calls to move a question. The only exception are to raise a point of order or a question of privilege. If you wish to raise a point of order or a question of privilege, you still must rise and be recognized. Note that proper points of order are very limited, and there's a little bit of more information about that on page 8 of the warrant. In general, we will hear from everyone wishing to speak to a motion, whether pro, con, otherwise, until I determine that things are getting repetitive or belabored, at which time I may suggest we move to a vote. Regarding motions and debate, we will continue with the timing requirements for speakers that we adopted at annual town meeting in 2024. As a reminder, article sponsors will have up to 5 minutes to make and support their motion, and then each subsequent speaker will have up to 3 minutes to follow up. As I always note, those time frames are longer than they seem at first. That all being said, there is one article today for which I intend to expand those parameters, and I will explain that when we get to it. Before each vote today, I will remind you of the quantum of vote necessary for passage, i.e. whether it's a simple majority or a 2/3. And if I can clearly determine the prevailing vote from here, I will announce it. If I deem it too close to call, or if I do call it, but 7 voters rise to question my call, then I will authorize an electronic vote. At this point, we're just about ready to get started, so a final reminder about conduct and decorum today. As I said a few minutes ago, you are not watching town government work today. You are town government at work today. So we will conduct our town's business thoughtfully and efficiently. It's a responsibility that demands a dignified decorum, and we debate as ladies and gentlemen. We don't make it personal. With that, I have examined the call of this town meeting, the receipt of the office, the return of the service of the posting, and the return of the mailing. Nominally, I must read the entire warrant, either at the beginning of the meeting or read each article prior to the motion introducing it, unless a motion is made to dispense with that. Therefore, do I have a motion and a second to waive the reading of the separate articles of the warrant? And second? All in favor? All right, great. Thank you. To start our warrant review today, we conduct what is called the consent part of this town meeting. I hope most of you are able to pick up and read my lemon yellow colored handout, single sheet front and back with the title Consent List for Enactment under Bylaw Section 41-6. If you weren't able to pick up the handout, don't worry, I will explain everything. Under our bylaw, I, as moderator, may propose to you a list of articles to be considered together as a single block, so that several articles that are considered routine may be voted at one time, saving us considerable time. It is important to note that I only propose the list. The hall must approve it. Therefore, before asking for that one summary vote, I will quickly go through the list one by one and ask if any voter wishes to hold any of the articles on the list. If there is a hold, we'll just take it off and we'll proceed with the rest of the list and take up that article in order when we get to it as we go through the warrant. Any questions about that process we're about to take? Okay. A couple of other important points about taking up a list like this is that our bylaw implies that we are consenting to take these articles out of order. Typically, we go through the warrant in numerical order. Obviously, we're skipping through to get these articles off our plate today, and our bylaw implies consent to do that. Again, anybody who doubts whether something should be on this list, I encourage you to hold it. Okay. Quickly, I'll go through the list, and I'll start because for reasons we don't need to get into, I need to remove some things from this list myself. So if you're keeping score, the following 3 articles are coming off the consent list, some because we're not going to take them up at all today, others because they require a 2/3 vote, and that was an oversight on my part. So numbers 26, 27, and 30 are off this list. We will take those up as we get there. And now I will go through the rest of these numbers, and if anybody has any concern at all, just shout out hold as I read it. Number 1, acceptance of pilot. Number 2, short-term borrowing. Number 3, services contracts. Number 5, collective bargaining. Number 8, OPEB funding. Number 10, water capital budget. Number 14, pay and classification study. Number 16, authorized alcohol license. Number 18, capital lease payments. Number 19, retiree payments. Number 20, town maintenance fund. Number 21, recreation maintenance fund. Number 22, revolving funds. Number 23, CPA administrative. Number 24, CPA fiscal year 26 adjustment. And number 25, I repeated that, but what I really meant was to transfer funds. You want to hold 25? Okay. That's the only hold I heard. Is there anybody else that wants to hold anything else from the consent list? All right, then we will take up everything on the list except 25, 26, 27, and 30 with this consent vote. All those in favor? All right. We're holding 31. So we are now holding 25, 26, 27, 30, and 31. All those in favor of passage of the remaining articles on the consent list, please raise your hands. All opposed? Okay, those articles all pass. Thank you very much. A note about Article 31, which was just held. By statute, it requires a report of the planning board when we get to it, and Ms. Luttrell will give that report when we get to that article. We're ready to move to Article 4, Personnel Board. Go right ahead, sir. Is that mic on, please?
Hello.
There you go.
Thank you. Brian Shea, 17 Pinecone Lane, member of the Personnel Board. I move Article 4 as printed in the warrant.
Does that receive a second? All right, Mr. Shea, can you explain briefly?
Yeah, the annual updates to the salary administration plan.
All right. Any question or comment regarding Article 4? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of Article 4, please raise your hands. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Article 6, Mr. Dennington. No? Can we get the mics of the front tables on, please? Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to raise a sum of money not to exceed the sum of $71,077,130 for the fiscal year 2027 operating budget, as may be necessary for the town's use, and make appropriations of the same as follows. Transfer from the cemetery perpetual care $25,000. Transfer from free cash $2,778,774. Transfer from overlay reserve $270,190. Transfer from ambulance fund receipts reserved $579,875. Transfer from septic betterment fund $27,565. Transfer from 9/11 field fund prior year debt $30,000. Transfer from cable fund $110,000. Transfer from miscellaneous articles $9,075. Transfer from water enterprise fund $328,692, and that the balance of $66,917,959 be raised and appropriated.
Does it receive a second? All right. Mr. Dennington.
This is the presentation of the town's annual operating budget, and happy to answer any questions that come up. I know, Mr. Moderator, you're typical.
All right. Most of you know the procedure for the annual budget is that we go through line by line. Again, we do a similar hold process as we just did on the consent list. So any budget line that someone wishes to hold or discuss, we will do so. Unless there are any questions at this time, I will be starting on page, looks like page 23 of the warrant, where the budgets are listed line by line and just running through. And again, as I read each budget number, please shout out hold if you want to hold and discuss it.
As a general, Ken Boy, 10 Ashley Road. Just as a general question, I see that the select board recommendation is 3-2. I was wondering if some of those two people could explain their no vote.
I assume that will come up with regard to the line item that they are concerned about.
Thank you.
So let's go through first. And if either of those two people, and I don't even know which two they are, but if I'm wrong about that, let me know. Okay. Here we go. Line 114, moderator. 121, elected select board. 122, select board. 131, advisory committee. 132, reserve fund. 135, town accountant. 136, audit. 140, elected board of assessors. 141, assessors. 145, treasurer collector. 151, legal. 152, personnel board. 154, municipal technology committee. 155, information technology. 159, other operation support. 160, elected town clerk. 161, town clerk. 171, conservation commission. 175, planning board. 176, zoning board of appeals. 177, open space. 182, economic development committee. I'm going to hold 182. 192, public buildings and properties maintenance. 193, public accessibility committee. 210, police department. 218, public safety communications. 220, fire department. 241, building department. 291, emergency management. 292, animal control officer. 400 to 499, Department of Public Works. 510, elected Board of Health. 512, Board of Health. 541, Senior Center. 542, Youth Commission. 543, Veteran Services. 610, Library. 630, Recreation Commission. 671, Cultural Arts. 691, Historical Commission. 694, Cable Access. 700 to 799, debt principal and debt interest. 910, employee benefits. Going to hold 910. 945, liability insurance. 300, elected school committee. 301, Southborough schools. 304, Assabet Valley Regional Tech High School. 305, Norfolk County Agricultural High School. Did I miss? I'm sorry, it's in my staple. 302, Algonquin Regional High School. All right, I heard two holds. We also hold 210, please. Did I miss that, or are you? Okay. All right. So we are holding 182, Economic Development Committee, 210, Police Department. Give me a second. And 910, Employee Benefits. Mr. Dennington, would you like to make a motion on the non-held articles, please?
I move that we support the non-held items as printed in the warrant.
Does it receive a second? All right. So this passes the budget except for the three articles that we've held. All those in favor, please raise your hands. See the cafeteria. All those opposed? All right, those items are passed. We'll now go back to the held items, and we'll start with, and if you were the person who held the item, I'd like you to go to the mic. I just heard, I didn't see. So 182, Economic Development Committee. Who held that? Over here. All right. Microphone 3, go right ahead.
Dorianne Jasinski, 33 Presidential Drive. The Economic Development Committee hasn't met in 18 months. They spent $500 out of a $78,000 budget last year for the Metro West Partnership. I'm not really sure why we have a budget for them.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
Just speaking for myself, if you're looking to reduce this, I'm kind of indifferent to it, but I can just give you some background about why there's a significant reduction from last year. So people may recall 2 meetings ago, town meeting increased the EDC budget to move a part-time EDC coordinator position to a full-time position. And then that person left, and then as that person was leaving, we didn't fill the position, in part because we anticipated we were going to be heading into this fiscal year when it was going to be a much tougher fiscal year. So one, the position was not filled, and then second, it was significant, I think, that Costco, which is the most important economic development improvement opportunity in a long time, that just kind of happened organically. So that really caused us, I think, to rethink how much money we should devote to this line item to, thinking about bang for the buck. So, as I say, I'm indifferent about whether, you keep that $5,000 or not. The value of keeping it there is, there may be opportunities that come up, for example, matches for grants and things like that, where it may be beneficial to continue to have this.
All right.
Other reason that we kept it there, Mr. Moderator, is because with Costco, we are hoping for other development to piggyback the Costco development, to take advantage of the traffic that Costco's bring in. So we just wanted to put something there in case we need to spend some money to help further that effort. $5,000 doesn't move the needle very much. It's there just in case there's something that comes up that we need to spend for that effort.
All right, I'm going to give advisory a chance to jump in as well, but let's first go to microphone 4. Claire?
Thank you. Claire Reynolds, 104 Main Street. I was on economic development several years ago and agree with Andrew that it makes sense to keep some money in there. In addition to what Andrew and Kathy said, there's also some subscription services in there, memberships that we have taken advantage in the past, and also that the other boards or committees are helped by. So it makes sense to keep $5,000 in there. We're looking for some things sometimes that do require a small match, so I think it really should be left in there. Thank you.
All right, advisory, if you have something, fine. If not, no, don't feel obligated. No? Okay. Any other comment or question on budget 182? All right, seeing none, Mr. Dennington, could you move 182, please?
I move the Economic Development Committee budget as printed in the warrant.
Receive a second. All right, all those in favor, please raise your hands. I see the cafeteria as well. All opposed? All right, motion carries. Line 210, Police Department. Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I held this not because I specifically oppose the line item, but for 2 reasons. One, a gentleman stood up and asked why the vote was 3-2, and this is the vehicle I'm using to at least explain why I voted against the entirety of the budget, not specifically with respect to this specific item. I did vote against this item because we are now being required to pay for 2 additional police officers, which will start very shortly. And there was no offsetting reduction in headcount. So it represents a net increase in headcount. Not that it isn't meritorious, but rather that we were unwilling to make offsetting cuts in other areas to fund that. And it is the relentless increase in our municipal headcount, in spite of the fact that our population is quite stable, that is leading to our budget increases. The second reason I voted against it, and again, it's not picking on the police department particularly, is that I said that I would not be in favor of a budget that exceeded 4%. And this budget exceeds that by is a tax increase of 4.6%. So to answer the question of why I voted against it, that's the reason.
All right, thank you. Any other comment or question regarding budget line 210?
Mr. Moderator, Andrew
Yes.
Dennington? Yes,
Yes.
so just briefly, I'll speak for myself, but I think this will capture why the three of us who supported this budget supported this appropriation for the police department. So people may recall that in the last annual town meeting, we increased the police budget, and that reflected the addition of 3 additional officers whose start dates were staggered. So the full cost of those positions was not reflected in the FY26 budget, but it now is in the FY27 budget. So why did we do that? That was a response to what was really I would call it a slow burning crisis that was happening between, let's say, 2024, 2025. There was extreme turnover in the Southborough Police Department, and it happened very suddenly. You had people leaving, a lot of them leaving to other surrounding communities that were paying more money. People saying, I want to stay here, but just to, help my family, I feel that I can't. And that led to this kind of vicious cycle of, because there's fewer people entering the profession to begin with, you have more junior officers, burnout of existing officers, more overtime, et cetera. So the last board, we had a vigorous debate about it, and there were 2 things we could do. We decided to do both, which is 1, have a market adjustment to the collective bargaining agreement in cycle so that we raised salaries for the whole police department across the board to be more competitive with surrounding departments. And second, we also, in response to a staffing study the town meeting had approved, which recommended adding, I think, 6, there might have been even more positions to the police department. Working with advisory, we thought we can't afford to add that many positions, but we arrived at this kind of compromise of we'll have 3 positions on a staggered basis. So that was important because for 2 reasons. 1, it created opportunities for members in the department who are looking to develop their careers to go into specialized positions like school resource officer, detective. Under the old model, one of the problems we had was, we had a detective position, but there were such demands on patrol, you couldn't even have someone fully dedicated to the detective position. And it really goes into, do you have a proactive department or a reactive department? So if you support sticking to that plan of bringing on board the 3 officers who are already in the current budget, then you would support the existing budget. Just 2 other quick points. 1, the vast majority of the police budget is salaries and benefits, but there's a small remaining part that's equipment, supplies, etc. There's pretty much a 0% increase on those line items, meaning that even though there's naturally inflation, right, there's basically a cut in the other side of the police budget that's not wages. And it's not, to the point about, rise in headcount, just from the discussion that we just had, that was just a full-time position we've just eliminated. So these are positions that are already in the budget, and we're just looking to have the funding to hire them on a full-time, full-year basis. And, if the hall wants to, I know that Chief Newell, if I see him here, can speak to this issue as well about, the impact that it has on the morale of the department.
One quick coda to that.
Hold on a second. I'm not picking on anybody at all, but down in the front, if you're going to use the table mics, please stand up. Mr. Rose, you were next, but are you still okay?
Mr. Dennington covered most of what I was going to say. The one point also, with the additional officers, we are getting an increase of monies coming in from tickets and other things that they do. Mr. Dennington also said, good or bad, it's mostly people on Route 9, believe it or not. It's not Southborough residents. But also, again, I'd like to remind the town, we voted this in last time. This is last year's, this is just carrying it forward. This is not new officers. These are officers that were already voted by this town meeting last time. In my opinion, for our tax dollars, we get schools, roads, police, and fire. So I would encourage you to support this article and this budget. Thank you.
All right, we'll go to Ms. Cook, and then we'll go to microphone 3.
So quickly, just to be clear, we did not add any new employees to the budget for fiscal year 27, not even an hour. The employees we have on June 30th will be the same employees we have on July 1st. The staggered nature of what we did could be looked at, but we have not added for the first time, as long as I can remember, during my tenure on advisory and on select board, we intentionally did not add a person to try to keep the year-over-year increase down to something that looks like inflation. We're going to discuss the benefits budget in a second that was held, which will give me a chance to explain that the year-over-year increase could come down to a 3.2%, depending on what the employees adopt as far as health care plans in May during their open enrollment.
All right, right over here, microphone 3.
Hi, Kristen Laval, 12 Southwood Drive. I just want to add that in addition to all the points being made, we're also increasing the need for our police officers significantly with Costco, with new developments on Southfield Road, on Route 9, developments with very tighter, living quarters. So to impact their budget would seem not good. And Mr. Hamilton, I do take your point, and I just think this is the wrong, budget to be having that debate on. I want to just add personally, I was on Route 9 with my kids this week, and we observed a really dangerous situation with a moving vehicle and actually called 911. And it was only because our police were able to respond so quickly. I don't even know what ended up happening, but it was really encouraging in a few brief minutes to be able to make that call and have our police come up and actually be able to, stop that moving vehicle. So just keep that in mind, because that's what we would be impacting in the future if we don't properly fund them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment or question regarding budget line 210? I see nothing in the auditorium. I see nothing in the cafeteria. So we'll vote. All those in favor of budget, I'm sorry, Mr. Dennington, go ahead, please.
I move the line item for the police department 210, budget 210 as printed in the warrant.
All right, all those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. Finally, line 910, employee benefits. Who held that one? Okay, go right ahead, microphone 4.
Hi, Jim Waddell, 21 Darlene Drive, here in town. I just noticed a few things that I wanted to make sure that I would like a little clarity from the committees on. So first, I see that there was an increase of, almost 13%, 12.77. So that's a substantial increase, more than something you would typically see that's just inflationary. There are a few line items on here that went from 0 to some amount, right? That includes some employee deductible assistance and miscellaneous contract services. Wanted to understand what those things were. And then most importantly, the health insurance has gone up $1 million on under 7, so that's more than 14% increase on just the health insurance. I just wanted to make sure I understood what the process was to make sure that we had looked at all of the alternatives that we should be looking at in terms of different kinds of plans or adjustments to plans and or adjustments in the amount of contributions that we ask the town employees, and that those things have been looked at in context of competitiveness versus other towns. So that's why I held it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Would anyone like to field that one down front? Ms. Cook?
I would, thank you. So I am really glad this got brought up so we can explain this budget. This budget includes 2 main components, healthcare and pensions. So I'm going to do pensions first. We are part of a county-wide retirement system that will fund the pensions for our retired employees other than teachers. So therefore, they set the rules as far as what the contributions are. They are trying to get to the point by 2040, we will be fully funded. Right now, we have quite a big liability as far as that goes. So that annual increase is 11.7%. So that's a big part of why the increase looks so out of whack compared to others. Second, and this is the most important thing that I think we can say today, until fiscal year 27, our health care plans that we offer employees did not contain any deductibles. As probably many of you know from your private employment, health care continues to go up a lot more than inflation. Triple, quadruple, 5 times sometimes. If we had done nothing, our health care plan costs year over year would have gone up about 12, 13%. So what we are doing this year is we are offering 2 plans. One is going to have a no deductible, just like it does now. The second is going to be a high deductible health plan with a $4,000 family deductible, $2,000 single deductible. The town is going to contribute an HSA, or let the employees set up an HSA. We're going to contribute half the deductible to that plan to offset the cost of the deductible. If everyone in May, which is open enrollment period, adopts that plan that is currently on the equivalent plan, the town will save almost $1 million year over year. That's not built into this budget because we don't know what people are going to pick. We're doing everything we can to provide all of the explanations to the employees. We've got a great staff in the townhouse that's going department by department, showing that if you adopt the high deductible health plan, you actually will save some money. It will save the town a lot of money and save each family a little money. Depending on how much you use the health care plan, it could save you a lot because you might not touch your HSA plan. You take your HSA with you when you leave. It can continue to build. So we're hoping that the employees are going to look at this closely, and in May when they pick the plan, we're hoping that everyone picks the high deductible health plan. If they were to do that, the year-over-year tax increase that is right now 4.6% would go down to about 3.2% increase. So we are going to continue to work very hard to make sure all the employees are fully informed as far as the benefits of the high deductible health plan that would be effective July 1st.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Waddell?
Catherine, thank you for that explanation. That helps helps me understand a good amount. So a lot of times when organizations offer an HDHP, in this case, they will make it level so that no matter which plan the employees take, the town absorbed cost is the same, so it doesn't bias them one way or the other, and the town isn't negatively impacted by that. That's one thing I'd like to hear comments around. The second thing that I'd like to hear comments around is how do our benefits compare to other towns so that we have sort of a sanity check on where we are. We want to be competitive for our employees, but we don't want to be out of order with them. So thank you.
All right, Ms. Cook?
The second part of what he asked, I'll turn over to Brian Ballantyne as far as the other towns. We have looked at other towns. I think they're all across the board. But we didn't find very many towns that had no deductible at all. So, Brian, can you handle that part? Okay. But as far as the overall cost, we did attempt to make this at best neutral for the employees. So I believe the numbers are for a family, they would save $166 a year if they were to adopt the high deductible health plan and use the deductible completely, the $4,000. I think in the case of a single family, it would cost them $166 a year, not a month, a year, if they were to, again, blow through the whole $2,000 deductible. But if you don't do that, you can actually save money. So we did try to make it neutral to the employees so that hopefully they would pick the one that is going to save the town money. Next year's budget, I can already tell you, looks horrible. So we are trying our best to not have to reduce headcount, which is really our only choice because our budget is really all headcount. So we are hoping again in May that when the choice is made, we won't know until June 1st what people pick. So then we'll know truly what the budget's going to look like for fiscal year 27. So Brian, you want to add on what other towns are doing?
Those of you that don't know, Brian Ballantyne is our town treasurer.
Hello. So we're pretty much in line with most other towns. Basically, plan level, more and more towns are looking at HDHPs, as Kathy mentioned. So we're kind of in that pack. I will say the other component of the benefit plans is the percentage the town contributes towards employee health insurance, which is currently 75-25, 75% town, 25% employee. So that does vary a little bit from town to town. We're not crazy off. When I first started, it was a lot of 90-10s, and that's come down quite a bit. If you look out there, you'll see some 65-35s and some 70-30s. You will see a lot of 75-25s like we're at too. But I do believe the intention of the board and myself and the town administrators to continue to look at this budget, because it's a very obviously big one and an important one. So hopefully that helps.
All right, other comment or question on line, budget line number 910, employee benefits? See none in the auditorium, none in the cafeteria.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes,
I
Mr. Dennington.
move budget 910 as printed in the warrant.
Receive a second? Second. All right, all those in favor, please raise your hands. I see the cafeteria, all opposed. All right. That motion carries, and with that motion, all of the elements of Mr. Dennington's original motion on Article 6 have received a majority vote, so I declare that Mr. Dennington's original motion is carried. Article 7, Ms. Landry.
I move that the town vote to appropriate $3,194,060 for the Water Enterprise Fund for direct costs, that $328,692 be included in the appropriations from the general fund for indirect costs and be allocated to the Water Enterprise Fund, and that $3,522,752,000 be raised as follows. User charges, $3,125,863. Retained earnings, $396,899.
So receive a second? All right, Ms. Landry?
I'd like to ask the DPW head to explain this, since he is the expert in the matter.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Through you.
Go ahead.
Bill Cundiff, DPW Director. This is our normal operating budget and our capital equipment lease program that we have submitted from year to year. It's a nominal increase from last year, given mainly electricity costs associated with the pumping and the water is what the main increase is associated here for this budget. But it's our normal operating budget.
All right, comment or question about Article 7? None in the auditorium, none in the cafeteria. All those in, this is a 2/3 vote, by the way. So all those in favor, please raise your hands. All those opposed? Okay, I see some, but I declare a 2/3 majority. Article 9, Mr. Hamilton.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 9 as printed in the warrant.
So receive a second. All right, Mr. Hamilton, can I?
This is our annual appropriation for capital equipment. This is our annual appropriation for capital equipment for a variety of municipal departments.
All right, comment or question about Article 9? None in the auditorium, none in the cafeteria. All those in favor of Article 9, please raise your hands. I see the CAF. All those opposed? All right, that motion carries. Article 11, Mr. Dennington.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 11 as printed in the warrant.
Does that receive a second? All right, Mr. Dennington. I'm going to have you stand up too, Mr. Dennington.
Sure. So Article 11 asks for authorization to borrow $1 million to complete a project to loop the water mains between Presidential Drive and Fisher Road. This has been an item on the town's long-term capital plan for water for a long time. I'm not an engineer. Bill could probably explain it better, but my understanding is that one of the benefits is it improves flow in the overall system. You know, water flowing through the water mains is better than stagnant water. And a key feature of this is that it is a interest-free loan from the MWRA. So this is a vote to authorize borrowing the money to repay it with 0% interest.
All right, thank you. Comment or question regarding Article 11? I see none in the auditorium, none in the cafeteria. All those in favor of Article 11, and this again is a 2/3 vote as well because it's borrowing, please raise your hands. All right, all those opposed? Okay, some opposition, but I declare a 2/3 majority. Article 12, Ms. Landry.
I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Receive a second, please. All right, Ms. Landry.
I'd like to ask Keith Lavoie to speak to this, since it concerns three particular items for the schools.
I'm sorry, because it concerns what?
Three particular items for the schools, three budget items for the schools.
All right, Mr. Lavoie, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Keith Lavoie. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Operations for the school district. There are three projects that are part of this article. The first is a technology equipment project, which totals $365,000. This is to finish a classroom technology improvement project that was started last year very successfully at the Woodward School. It would account for putting presentation systems in 120 classrooms, which would complete the project for all 4 schools. Just a point to note is that anything that is installed at the Neary School would be something that would be mobile, pending the outcome of any future project. But this has been a successful project that we've done at Algonquin, as well as Woodward and portions of the Northborough schools, and we would appreciate your support for it. The second project that is part of this article is a security system upgrade for $1.4 million. This is something that we have detailed in our executive sessions with the school committee, as well as the fire department and police department, and do have their support for this moving forward. It is really to build continuity between the schools and our interconnectivity between the schools, as well as with our municipal departments as well. Typically, we are doing these types of projects piecemeal, but this would be a holistic approach to really get us to where we want to be with safer schools. And the last is $810,000 for the finalizing the fin floor replacement project. This is something that has been before the town previously, also more of a piecemeal manner where we've done a hallway and a few classrooms at the time. This would complete the project, a total of 43,000 square feet to improve moisture mitigation that we've experienced and mold conditions at the Finn School to complete that project as a whole. So I'd be happy to answer any questions about those.
All right, thank you. Comment or question regarding Article 12? Mr. Rose, are you going to a mic? All right, please.
How about me?
Who? Were you already there? I apologize.
I
looking
was.
at my screen. I'm looking in this direction.
You know, if you turn your head a little bit around, maybe, you know.
Microphone 2.
Rob Lawrenson, 132 Marlborough Road. Keith, could I get a little bit more clarity on the security system upgrade? I mean, it's $1.4 million. What are we trying to do?
Sure.
What does it accomplish? Where are we at now?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Rob. So I'll try to give as little but as much detail as I can because we can't go into those for security reasons. This is really to improve the camera system access control and two-way radios that we have throughout our buildings. And it also is for a lot of the head units that are behind the scenes that are helping us with that interconnectivity. So this is really a comprehensive security solution that will bridge us for all 4 schools.
So is this central office visibility where you can't see things at all the schools?
It would bring, well, it would, all 4 of the buildings will now be interconnected, whereas now they're in different forms of continuity without.
So again, is this a benefit for central office or somebody?
It is
like
a benefit for central office, absolutely.
For you to be able to see what's going on
Absolutely.
in a school at any given point in time?
That is correct.
So right now, you don't have the ability?
That's not true. We're able to see it, but we're individually logging into each of those schools.
So this would allow you to see everything at the same time?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Sir, before you leave that mic, can you put it in the middle of the aisle? And I won't miss you again. Microphone 1.
Howard Rose, 2 Bantry. I'm wondering about the technology equipment. Why is this not in the school budget, since there's already a line item in the school budget for technology for classroom upgrades? Why are we borrowing for something that should be in the school budget? We're borrowing for multiple years for something that should be a one-time purchase that will probably not last the borrowing.
Do you want to take that, Craig? Do you want me to?
So good morning, Greg Martineau, Superintendent. So we did have conversations with the school committee about how to best fund this purchase. So there was discussions around putting this in the operational budget under technology. We also had conversations with the capital committee around moving this as a capital project. These devices will last 10 to 12 years. As a result, it was decided by the school committee and based on our recommendation to include it with a capital project.
Thank you. 2 comments. No technology lasts 10 years. And respectfully, instead of doing 120 classrooms at once, you should be doing 20 a year is the standard for most universities and schools. So instead of, we've seen this several times with GauntQuest and whatever, that we wait until things are at their absolute worst and do a massive project rather than doing this every year. We should be doing 20 classrooms a year every year on a cycle, and that will keep the budget cleaner, cost less, and won't cost us to have to borrow to do it. Thank you.
In all seriousness, microphone 4, would you also put that in the middle of the aisle? Because they're just blending in with the people that are seated. Okay, go right ahead, ma'am.
Nicole Bolos, Leavenvale Terrace. For the technology improvements, does that include all classrooms or just general education classrooms?
All educational spaces are included in the remainder of the project.
Special education as well?
As well.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you. Other comments or questions? Microphone 4.
Hi, Jim Waddell, 21 Darling Drive. Just a follow-up question on the security system. So the benefit of this $1.4 million of tax money, okay, is to have the central people be able to go from logging into 4 different systems, different schools, to logging in 1 different system in the schools.
Not exactly. One piece that can be added, and I had to pause on some of the detail of this, is that our schools are on a similar system now. What we've got to improve is the head end behind it, so the support behind it, so that we have the interconnectivity. Schools cannot see into other schools. This will be something that we're able to improve upon.
Are the schools required to see into other schools?
It is a best practice.
For what reason? Is it
To help
who will react? I'm just trying to pull out a little bit. Who needs to react when there's an incident? In other words, if you see something on the camera that's incorrect, isn't that handled by the school in which people are in?
Not necessarily. Sometimes resources need to be pulled from multiple buildings.
But they could call the police department or whoever else they needed to.
And that's also
pretty
part
quickly.
of the interconnectivity that will be improved.
Okay. Do the phones work though, right?
They do.
Okay. It's just a lot of money.
I understand.
For what it is. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other comment or question on Article 12? Microphone 2, yes.
Robert Lawrence, 132 Marlborough Road. How do I make a motion to strike the 1.4 million from this particular item and approve the potentially other ones that are on there?
Well, if you have a motion to amend the original motion, that would need to be put in writing and given to the clerk. And then we'll
Okay.
discuss it and put it to a vote.
Okay.
Are you making that? Are you intending to do?
I would like to make that motion.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Jim, we've got an amendment on the article on the floor. So why don't you, well, let's come up and put it in writing, and then I'm going to have you read it so everybody understands exactly what your motion is.
Excuse me, Mr. Moderator.
Who's talking?
I had a feeling you couldn't see me. I'm back here on the right.
I see you,
on the
yes.
right. Is it appropriate to make a comment while they're making this amendment language?
No, he's got an amendment that he needs to make, and then we're going to discuss that amendment.
That's fine.
And then whether it pertains to that amendment,
It does.
certainly, or otherwise, we'll come back around
Okay.
one way or
Thank
the
you.
other once the amendment is resolved.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Moderator, I'd like to make a motion to strike item B.
Okay, so Jim, do you have it in writing? Okay, so your motion is to amend the main motion to strike item B in its entirety.
My motion is to strike item B from Article 12.
Okay, does that receive a second? All right. Now we are discussing the motion to amend. Microphone 3, please.
Hi, my name is Mary Tinty. I live at 2 General Henry Knox Road. Admittedly, I don't know very much about this topic, but I just kind of wanted to offer a perspective that a lot of what we talk about when we talk about school security can't be discussed publicly. And I tend to just personally defer to whatever recommendations our school administrators are making, specifically about school security, because they have a level of information that cannot be discussed more broadly. I also want to say we live in a very unique era, and emergencies happen, and I would like there to be as much connectivity as possible between our school buildings to mitigate or help make sure things aren't worse, that we can address these problems in the most effective way. I lastly want to say, and I truly am not making this, I'm not trying to like relitigate things at all. I am a forward-moving person. But we have multiple school buildings, and we are going to continue to run into problems for money that we are investing because we have so many. And down the line, it would be really great to figure out how we can consolidate those a little bit more. But we are going to keep running into these problems about making all of these different buildings conform, stay connected, and stay updated. And I hate to think security is the one that we're going to like maybe eliminate and take a back seat on. So if more can be said about that to alleviate my fears, that's fine. I just wanted to share that with everyone. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Microphone 1.
Matthew Probst, 31 Woodland Road. I serve as the chair of the Municipal Technology Committee. If the hall votes in favor of this amendment, it would basically eliminate, obviously, this, but it could be brought back at a future date. I, for one, am very much concerned about security, absolutely, and I think we should support the schools where possible. The Municipal Technology Committee was created to act as an independent review and to review all things technology, including sensitive things of security, which we can do in executive session. So this particular item was not brought before the Municipal Technology Committee for review. But we would love to do so if the hall decides to wait and decide to do this at a future date. That's all. Thanks.
All right, thank you. We're going to go to number 2, and then we'll come back to number 3, sir.
Mike Sapansky, 185 Corderville. I'm also on the capital planning committee. Howard, you made a comment earlier. Why isn't this in the school budget? We were going back and forth whether or not to push it back to the school budget. But we decided taxpayers are going to pay for it. It's here. Let's just get it moved forward. I have a question for Keith. Keith, is this going to update our systems? And are our systems starting to be outdated? I'm really curious as to, is it going to progress us forward, or is it kind of just a marginal gain?
Question.
Mr. Lavoie.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the question. Yes, it will update our systems and provide a long-term plan for those updates of a decade. So this is a comprehensive plan, but I'm comfortable sharing that as far as the detail.
Is there current risks with our systems? Is there...
Everything that we have in place is working now and working very well. This is a combination of an expansion as well as an extension to support us for that decade.
And when you take in consideration cybersecurity matters, is it addressing some of those as well, too, with everything going on in the world?
We have other systems that do that, but there is going to be interconnectivity to support our IT team.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. Microphone 3, and then we'll come to 1.
Yeah, Jim Caleri, 51 Central Street. Security is my lifeline business. That's what I did at Caleri Electric. We did access control, fire, security monitoring, and you all monitoring. This is my world. I'm no longer in business, of course, but I'm still active in it. When you look at the school shootings and the incidents happen, and I'm glad to see the police chief up there, you see the criticism of the police response once they were there. One of the primary reasons when you look into these things is, yes, when your school is under fire, there was nobody standing in that building trying to find a camera to look at or look at their computer. They're running for their lives. And so are your students. And having the access capability from the other schools now to take over the monitoring and direct police or fire resources or whatever it may be is a better benefit to the town. Now, I don't know about the cost. I've been out of this, but I'm seeing cost from alarm companies. I'm still in the Mass System Contractors Association and hearing some of the costs that apprentices are paid. They were paid more now today than I did 10 years ago, fully licensed guys. It's the way the business has gone. And plus, a lot of this material is brought in, not within the country, but from out of the country by American manufacturers making things overseas. And we've all seen the increase in costs. But the school committee itself would have to justify that. But I think we need to wake up to the world. Our town hasn't grown much. But the demand on the resources in this community has significantly changed in the past 10 years. I was on your call fire department 45 years. I get the scanner, the monitor, first alarm structure fire, the wire inspector, who I am, get called out. I have to go. But you see the ambulance, police, the significant calls. Who thought when I was in high school that we would talk about having security systems even in the schools? Our world has changed. So I think before you strike this out, you must realize at some point in time we're probably going to need to address that. And I'm totally in favor of the remote monitoring capabilities, instant, not maybe hook up to something down the road. Because if you do have an incident with a shooting or a major fire and explosion in your school, something of those magnitudes, this capabilities, if it's still surviving in it, would be a tremendous asset for those who are responding. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone number 1.
Michael Robbins, 47 Deerfoot Road. Just very, very briefly, it's just one of those things. It's a high line item, and when I hear, oh, it's security, but we can't talk about it because it's going to disclose too many trade secrets, I just have an issue with that. It's just a situation. I've got little kids in the school, just like Mr. Clary said. I'm really concerned about making sure our schools, which are targets, are adequately secured, but I just don't like voting for something for $1.4 million that we're borrowing and, oh, trust us, it's for security. It just seems too ambiguous for me. And, I'd like to have a little bit more meat on the bone to vote on something for $1.4 million other than, oh, we want to have a centralized monitor system. That just doesn't make sense to me. Thank you.
All right, microphone 4. I'm going to recognize Police Chief Newell.
Thank you. On behalf of the police department, we would support this. Anything that's going to make our job easier and faster for response times to the schools and also the people inside the schools safer. Thank you. We are behind. For a lot of the points that Jim Caleri has already spoken to, I could practically model everything that he just said. But we've been working with the schools, and we feel like this is a good program, good system. Technology is expensive, and I think that's just something to keep in mind. Thank you.
Microphone 2.
So Andrew Dennington, 10 Carolyn Terrace. I'm really speaking here more as just a citizen, not as the select board chair, but as someone who's the parent of a second grader and a fifth grader, I mean, this is a very important subject. I would err on the side of making more of a investment in this area rather than less. I don't like the idea of deferring this to have more discussion. I think most people generally appreciate why we can't have a super detailed discussion about an operational topic like this in a public setting. And so that's my 2 cents. I hope that people will support this item. And well, just one last thing, we only have 150 people here. I don't doubt if there were more people there's a lot of people at the athletic fields right now. If there were more people who are in a similar situation here, I think there'd also be a strong support for it.
All right. We're going to go to microphone 1. Microphone 5 in the cafeteria, I see you, but we'll get to you in order. Microphone 1, please.
Hi, Paul Desmond, 5 Pinecone Lane. I'm also a member of the Regional School Committee. I was previously mentored of the Southborough School Committee, so collectively about 15 years. We've been looking at this, and somebody just mentioned they want meat on the bones. Well, our kids have been doing Alice drills for the whole time I've been on this thing. They're doing their part. We need to do our part. As Mr. Clary said, this is all about safety for the kids. We have to deal with the threat that some guy with a gun is going to come into one of our schools, and we need to be able to react in time. So I don't know what more meat you need than that. I mean, we just passed $1 million to make water flow a little bit better. We're asking for a little more than that to protect our kids. That's it.
All right. Let's hold off on the applause, please. In the back, iMedia, can we just increase the gain like on all the mics just slightly? I'm sorry I didn't ask before. Let's keep going. Microphone 1.
I was just curious.
No, that's good. Go ahead.
I was curious how Algonquin fits into this. Does this, are they connected in through the Northborough side? Are they independent? Can this upgrade bring them into the monitoring, sharing thing in the future? Could someone discuss how that's handled?
All right, yes. How is Algonquin integrated? Go ahead.
Thank you for the
go.
question. Sorry about that. So although they are distinct districts, we do share Northborough Police and Southborough Police. So interoperability is really important in terms of what we do to move forward. So this isn't necessarily about centralized control at central office to monitor everything. This is about interoperability and communications. So when we have a crisis, we are connected within a school around communications, but also outside to safety officials, police and fire, if there is a crisis. So that's one important piece. Also, in terms of this project, it really focuses on modernizing the equipment we have. Mr. Rose mentioned that we do piecemeal investments. We've been piecemealing investments in security in our schools for a decade. This will bring us up to industry standard, modernize our security operations, and really help us have tools to communicate if there is ever a crisis, whether that's seeing what's happening in our schools, around our schools, communicating within our schools, between our schools, and with safety officials. So I just want to make those points.
Microphone 5, please, sir, in the cafeteria.
Hi, John Gibson, 119.
Hold on. Your mic's not on.
John Gibson, 119 Northborough Road.
Can we turn him up, please?
John Gibson,
Excellent.
119 Northborough Road. So just to echo the call for more details on what's going to be spent. As far as I can tell, it sounds like it's some kind of modernization and a 10-year support contract. I don't think we need to know sensitive operational details, like how many cameras or what they're pointed at or where they're looking or, things like that, but more what exactly are we getting? Because $1.4 million is a lot, and it might well be the best way to spend this money, but if we're concerned about kids in schools, would that be another officer that could be added to the police force or some other, modernization or other security measure? Like, just what exactly are we getting besides a single pane of glass to see all 4 schools at once? Thank you.
More detail on what are we, what's the bang for the buck here for the 1.4 million?
So the purchase would include cameras, so enhanced cameras, radio systems that again connect with police and fire in all of our buildings. Also access control to our buildings, so modernized access control, so who enters and who exits and how they enter and exit. Also visitor scanning, so when we have visitors join our school, having the ability to Cori check and Sori check who's entering our building. And then lastly, just how we communicate. So we have PA systems in all our schools. Most of our PA systems are original to the buildings. So the PA systems we modernized to allow for better communication day to day, but also in a crisis. And happy to answer as more details if I can, but those are broad investments that we'd be making.
Thank you. Just to follow up on the interconnect with the police and fire, is that kind of already in place but just not ideal? Or is that be a new capability we'd get?
Aren't we connected to police and fire already, basically, is the question?
So our limited camera system, they do have access to. We do not, interoperability is something that we need to improve.
Okay,
in
thanks.
terms of communication.
All right, thank you. Microphone 2, then 3, then 1. So right here, please.
Hi, Ann Kephart, 13 Stockwell Lane. Just quickly, I don't think we can have it both ways, saying we need to kick the can down the road because we don't fully understand this enough. But I thought the superintendent's points were really excellent and makes me feel comfortable as a parent. And then 3 years from now say, why is our system not as updated as it should be for a town for Southborough? Can't have it both ways.
All right, thank you. Microphone 3.
Hi, Christine Shao, 13 Brighton Road. I'm a parent of a kindergartner and a second grader, and so my concern is more about security. And we live in a very interesting world with school shootings and whatnot. And my concern is just really want the kids to be safe. So for those, here are some questions for whoever's in charge. For those who are maybe on the fence or maybe disagreeing with this article, is that what are the current processes in place right now, and what is going to be the new processes when the new implementations are going to be implemented with these new technology? That way that we can understand what are the processes differences between the old and the new one.
Question is, what are our process improvements based on this, if any?
So in terms of security protocols and practices, we do have a set of protocols and practices that we implement and review annually. And we work closely with police and fire and local officials to update those. In terms of our practices and protocols and what would be an improvement, I can't get into details, but I can say that we have been partnering with police and fire on our overall safety drills and security. A lot of the features that we're seeing with this investment are as a result of the drills and the practices that we're doing and the results we're getting and the need for areas of improvement.
Thank you.
All right, microphone 3 again. I'm sorry, 1 and then 3 again. And at that point, unless we're hearing something new, I may suggest we vote. Let's go to number 1, please.
Margaret San Giorgi, 3 Meadow Lane. I just wanted to say that I'm 65 for clarification, just starting point. When I was 7 years old, there was a school shooting at my elementary school in another state. And the first person they shot was the secretaries who were in charge of the phones. So when somebody asked, are the phones still going to work? Yeah, they are, but that doesn't mean people are going to have access to them. I'm in support of this bill because security is good. And it may be expensive, but down the road, if somebody gets hurt, we're going to kill ourselves by saying, oh, we coulda, shoulda, woulda, shoulda. But one clarification, when asked earlier, is Algonquin going to be part of this? The answer was, our buildings are going to be connected with our buildings, but it didn't mention yes or no Algonquin. Thank you.
So we have made investments in terms of Algonquin security. So again, this Southborough funding will help us with interoperability. This funding for Algonquin is projected for a capital project in FY28. But again, the system that we're building will be a unified system across Northborough, Southborough, and the region.
All right, microphone 3.
Robert Reeder, 4 Blendon Woods Drive. I'm currently employed, and one of my jobs is a security officer for a company that has 275 locations. So I find this conversation extremely interesting, and part of it is I'm really excited to see so many people who are actually interested in the details of technology, because usually they just ignore us, so that's just an aside. But what I wanted to say is I appreciate the details that the superintendent gave us about what they're planning to do, because I now have a clearer understanding of what they're doing and understand why it's 1.4 million. And the one thing I want to say is, guys, look at your technology. Look what's going on. Look at the discussions about AI. Look what's happening. I can tell you as a security officer, we're not worried about hackers anymore. We're worried about AI hacking into our system because it's so much faster. And I don't know the details of what they're doing specifically, because the first rule of security is you don't give the details, because then that tells somebody how to get through it. But I can say what he listed and what they're trying to do is spot on for where technology's going and what we have to do. And based on many things that come up before this town, like roof repairs and stuff that we've kind of pushed down the road a little bit, this is an opportunity of a group of people who are proactively saying the world has changed and we need to change with it, otherwise we're going to get caught with our pants down. So it's a tough situation, but I encourage everybody to support it, because it sounds like it's a spot-on thing to do from my perspective.
Okay, at microphone 4 and then 2, are we going to hear something we haven't already heard?
Yes.
No?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Microphone 4.
Hi, Jim Waddell, 21 Darlene Drive again. I think in these situations, it's a difference of what's the response time with the current system versus what's the response time in the new system. And it would be really good to hear, oh, we can respond in 2 minutes in the existing system, but we can respond in 2 seconds in the next system. And that's what will keep our kids safe. So I'd like to hear what that looks like. Thank you.
Can we hear about response time improvement, please?
So in a crisis, you do not know who is the person who will need to respond. So in a building, you'll have every employee who might be the first person who needs to respond in a crisis. Every person in the building needs the tools and resources to communicate and respond immediately. And again, this article would provide that to our teachers, so it would be an improved response time.
Thank you. All right, same question at microphone 2. Something new?
Yes.
Go ahead.
132 Marlborough Road, Rob Lawrence. I appreciate the passionate debate, and I now have the information I need in order to make an informed decision. So I will be voting against my amendment, just so that the floor is aware. I have 2 kids in school, too. I have one in the middle school and one in an elementary school. But I had no clue what I was voting for. I now know what I'm voting for, and I can make an informed decision. So thank you, everybody.
A for honesty. All right. I don't see anybody else at the microphones. I don't see anybody at the cafeteria. Kathy, I got it. I saw you. So this first vote is the vote on the amendment to strike item B from the original motion. Requires a majority vote. All those in favor of striking item B, please raise your hand. All opposed? Okay, that motion is defeated. We're back to the original motion. Do we have any other comment or question on the original motion? Frankly, I'm not sure we didn't already cover everything we need to cover. So I will call for a vote on the original motion to pass Article 12 as presented in the warrant. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All those opposed? I see the cafeteria. Okay, that motion carries. Quickly, before we go on to Article 13. I'm sorry. Yes, I declare a 2/3 majority. That was a 2/3 vote, and I apologize for that. Before we go on to Article 13, very quickly, for those who feel like they might want a bite or something, there is pizza and water for sale by the kids in the cafeteria. If you leave this hall to go to the cafeteria, you'll still hear and see everything, but your clicker will not work. So you need to be back here to vote. And just FYI on that. Okay, Article 13, Mr. Hamilton.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 13 as printed in the warrant.
So receive a second? All right, Mr. Hamilton.
Mr. Moderator, Mr. Cundiff and Mr. Ballantyne will be making presentations on this article.
Can you just explain the article in
Sure.
a sentence or two so people understand why
Certainly.
they are the ones to do it?
This is if approved, this would be the largest borrowing in the town's history. It is a borrowing for the improvement in a number of the town roads, which will be explained in the presentation, and the construction of 4 different sidewalks, which will also be described in the presentation.
All right. Mr. Cundiff, you're coming forward first.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bill Cundiff, DPW Superintendent.
Actually, let me stop you before I apologize. This is the article for which I think we may need more than 5 minutes for Mr. Cundiff and Mr. Ballantyne. So without objection, I'm going to allow them a little latitude to make this presentation. Go ahead, Mr. Cundiff.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bill Cundiff, DPW Superintendent. I appreciate having the opportunity to present this to the taxpayers and voters. Article 13 originated probably back in 2023 with the Select Board hiring Beta Engineering to do a pavement management plan. That pavement management plan basically was an assessment of all the roads in town. This is the presentation of the implementation of that proposed plan. So before we get into the actual roads, there is, on year 1, a proposal to construct 4 new sidewalks in town. The first, the first sidewalk is on Oak Hill Road, and there is a typo on the 2 section in this chart, but it's from the existing sidewalk, which is kind of towards Fayetteville, and it goes to Walnut Street, which is at the top of Oak Hill Road. So it doesn't go to Woodland Road. The numbers are correct, however. That is going to be a bituminous concrete sidewalk, basically asphalt paving. No vertical granite curb or berm or anything. It's going to mirror the construction
of the existing sidewalk on that section of roadway. The second one is from Parkerville Road, basically from the Finn School to Middle Road. That's going to be a poured concrete sidewalk with vertical granite curbing. Richards Road is the next one, and that goes, I'm going to switch this, it goes from Corderville Road to Woodland Road, and Richards, again, that's going to be poured concrete with vertical granite. We're going to have what's called an RRFB. That's a rectangular rapid flashing beacon at the crossing for Richards Road. And the last one is Woodland Road from Richards Road to Oregon Road. That's going to be a poured concrete sidewalk with vertical granite curb. The reason that cost is slightly elevated is it includes some drainage. We're going to go up Ted Lane and connect to the stormwater system in that road. So back to the pavement management plan. As I said, the select board contracted with Beta Group to prepare a pavement management plan. They identified an issue that the roads are in bad shape in town, as we all probably know. Their goal is to improve the roads, but at the same time lower ongoing maintenance cost. Historically, the town has taken the approach of worst first. We would basically focus on the failing portions of roads, which is a large capital investment, so they would draw that capital improvement out of the operating budget, and that would not allow us to put any kind of protection mechanisms into the other roads that aren't in that bad condition. Think of your driveway, if you're seal coating your driveway to make it last longer. That minimal maintenance effort extends the life of your driveway. This is comparable to what we're doing with the roads. So we're trying to protect our investment. So the solution is implementing this pavement management plan. So Beta Group went through every road in town with an artificial intelligence system, and they scored all the roads. Every road got a rating from 0 to 100, with 100 being the best, basically no work required, and 0 being the worst. And they created a final report, which actually was issued at the end of 2023, closer to 2024. We did make some edits due to more recent paving that had occurred. And the meat of it is really this map that they generated. So the important part of this map is that there's various categories that they scored the roads. So newly paved roads would show in blue on the map, and those are no maintenance required. They scored 92 to 100. The light blue would require routine maintenance, which is generally crack sealing. So if cracks are appearing, we would keep the water from getting into the road, and water is really what the issue is with these roads. Water gets in, freeze-thaw cycles, causes cracks to continue, and then you get potholes, and that's the impetus for the failure of the roads. So if we get that early and make sure we keep on top of that, the life of the road should go on for quite some time. The next category is preventative maintenance. That's a score of 70 to 80 on the Beta report, and shown in green. The preventative maintenance is your chip seal, fog seal. It's similar to your driveway sealing. That's a full width overlay of the existing roads. Next category is shown in yellow or orange on the map. It's minor rehabilitation, and that's a score of 50 to 70. The minor rehab is typically milling and overlay or cold in place concrete. So you're not getting into the below grade issues. You're just fixing the surface. And then lastly, major rehabilitation, and that's a score of 0 to 50, and that's shown as red on the map, and the major rehab is full depth reconstruction of the roads. That's a closer view of the map. You can kind of see the red roads are the ones that are in the worst shape. There's a link to the map if anybody's interested. It's at the bottom of the page if you wanted to look at it at home. So this is what we call a pavement deterioration curve. So when you construct a new road, you end up in that blue zone on year zero, which is the bottom scale of the chart. That's time in years. And then the left scale is the pavement condition index, or the road surface rating. And that goes 0 to 100. So when you're in that upper zone, that 92 to 100, that's where no maintenance is required. That's new roads. And that clearly costs $0 per square yard to maintain. Then we get into the light blue, that's routine maintenance. That's about $1 per square yard. And then green, preventative maintenance, that's $10 to $15 per square yard. The goal of this pavement management plan is to keep all of our road work in those upper three categories, the blues and the greens. We want to avoid the more costly orange and red categories. So to get to that point, we need to basically do some work on the front end, get those roads into an acceptable condition so that we can limit our overall costs and do more roads per year, more square footage of roads per year than we currently have the ability to do. Our operating budget locally is about $400,000 for road maintenance per year. We also get an additional $400,000 or thereabouts from the state under Chapter 90. So annually, we get about $800,000 per year to put into roads. We just paved full depth reconstruction Pine Hill Road last year, about a mile of it. That cost us $1 million. So if we were to utilize our current funding structure, we would not make progress on this. We would, at best, maintain the current status. And again, the current status is the roads are in poor shape. So the bottom portion of the chart, we're looking at a price range. Minor rehab, $20 to $35 per square yard. That's the milling and paving. And then the major rehabilitation is a range of $50 to $150 per square yard. The thing I want to point out, the beta report has the lower numbers in it. The beta report is not representative of actual construction costs. That's just the material cost, the actual paving, basically. And again, it's a few years old for the beta prices. The numbers on the right, the high end, include design, engineering, permitting, police details during construction, peripheral things like stormwater drainage, other issues that are in a practical matter we have to deal with on construction projects. We never get a project that's as intended. There's always peripheral things. So we did move forward with VHB's number, which is that higher number when estimating the work that we proposed as part of this plan. So a picture of what our roads look like. From the beta report, there's 9.6 miles that require major rehabilitation. Minor rehab, we have about 20 miles. Preventative maintenance, we have about 16. Routine maintenance is about 18.75, and then no maintenance is about 7.5 miles, and those are the Main Street tip project, some of the roads that we recently paved. You'll notice it's kind of a bell curve, and what we want to try and do, as I've mentioned, is get all of these road miles over to the green and blue colors so that $800,000 we get a year can handle the roads that we have. These numbers are reflected from the beta report, and again, I want to say these are the low range numbers. These do not include the peripheral things like drainage, police details, bidding, design, permitting, those sorts of things. The cost associated with this, and you'll notice that blue chart, that blue number is very low, and that's what we're trying to get to, so that all the work we're doing is over in that blue and green category. But you'll see, even in the low range category, we are looking at an inordinate amount of major and minor rehab that's required from a cost perspective. This is just a couple more charts. This is a mid-range between the low beta number and the high VHB number for those road miles that were identified. And then lastly, this is the high range, which is the VHB number for all those road miles that were identified. And again, you'll see there's very little movement on that blue and green chart, and that's the idea. We want to make sure we get over there and get the biggest bang for our buck. Moving on, year one. So we broke out this plan into 5 years. Year one, we're looking at some of these worst roads. Woodland Road is probably the one we get more complaints about more recently than the others. We tried to identify roads for year one that had high volume of traffic, low road surface rating scores, and poor condition, obviously. So you'll see the puddling that accumulates in the potholes, and that's what causes the freeze-thaw, especially this time of year, and further degrades the roads, which requires us to put time and crew effort, time and money into repairing these things. Acre Bridge Road is another one. People have questioned why would we do Acre Bridge Road. It's because, again, no drainage. There's no drainage that we have to think about on Acre Bridge Road. It's low-hanging fruit from my perspective for year one. For the subsequent years, year 2, 3, 4, and 5, we're going to look at the prior year, at the drainage situation, if we need permitting, develop bid documents for the next coming year. So this is low-hanging fruit. We could do what's called a book job on these things, which is put the thing out to bid pretty easily. Northborough Road, this is between Main Street and Johnson. It's kind of a diagonal cut through. And all these roads this is very, very representative of the condition of these roads. Pine Hill Road, this is between the two sections that we had completed. Again, it's still in very bad shape. It's a high volume road. And one of the things that we regularly get on these roads, and these photos come from these roads, are claims for vehicle damage. So this is a regular thing we see through my office. I'd love to minimize the number of claims we get, but it's vehicle damage. So this is an illustration of what we're on the chart that you have, the blue handout. This is year one. The red roads, Northborough Road, Acre Bridge Road, Pine Hill Road, and Woodland Road. The orange is mill and overlay, and we show some of that on Corderville Road. The green is the seal coating, if you will, and then the blue is the crack sealing. I do want to take a moment to point out that Framingham Road and Corderville Road are part of a TIP project that we have submitted to the state, and it's been approved. Framingham Road is a $19 million construction project, and that goes from the Causeway all the way up to the Marlborough town line. Corderville Road, we have a TIP project that goes from Mount Vickery Road all the way to Hopkinton town line. That's an $18 million construction project. The state funds the construction on those two projects, but they're in such bad shape that we wanted to put some work into them for year one. We're proposing patch paving to take care of the worst parts of those roads under year one. We also are planning on doing patch paving on Oak Hill Road because that's got some pretty rough spots too. Year two, Woodbury Road is where we're looking at full depth reconstruction. And then we have Southville Road, Richards Road, Woodland Road, and Mount Vickery Road and Marlborough Road for the mill and overlay. The green sections and the blue sections are the remaining roads shown on this map. Year 3, Lovers Lane and Terra Road are the full depth reconstruction. The orange roads are Blackburn, Bantry, a number of roads over by Schuyler and Fairview. We have a section of Parkerville, Edgewood, and we're going to do Oak Hill Road over as part of Year 3. I do want to take a moment now to say that, as you know, we have discussions ongoing with the town of Hopkinton regarding the water system. And as part of the improvements that would be required if we come to an agreement with Hopkinton would be full width overlay paving in some of these sections. This plan presumes that that doesn't happen. So if it does happen, those roads will drop out of the plan as Hopkinton would pay for that. But I couldn't presume that at this point, so until that's finalized, we kept them in the plan. Annually, we would go back to the select board, do a presentation on the status of the roads and where we're at with regard to the plan, and make adjustments as may be necessary. Year 4, the big roads that we're doing are Overlook Drive, Flag Road, and Strawberry Hill Road. We're looking at milling and overlay for Oregon Road, Davis Road. And Davis Road, we may do something a little different because I know that has the boulevard thing that the residents don't like out there. So we may deal with that a little differently. You'll notice Chestnut Hill Road is on here for the crack sealing. And even now, cracks are starting to form in some of the pavement that we've done recently. This is the idea of the pavement management plan. We want to get out there and put some money back into those roads that we've invested in to make sure that they're not getting the water in and they're going to last longer. Year 5, we're looking at Gilmore Road and a few of the subdivisions there for the full depth reconstruction. And then we're looking at milling and overlay, Sears Road and Presidential, along with Meadow Lane. And then this is a summary of all the years that we're proposing, just to graphically see what the impact is throughout the town. So that's it for my part of the presentation. So.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ballantyne, can you briefly just explain why you're up there and...
So I'm here for probably the bad news, how to pay for it. So there is a presentation here I have. It's pretty quick. It is a straightforward project. As Mr. Cundiff explained, it's a 5-year project in phases, so they're broken out pretty evenly, which makes it a little easier. But let me run through this for you real quick. So this slide right here is the current debt landscape that we have, including some funding that we're looking at to do today. So as you can see, that top line represents our general fund, which we call normal funds, not water funds or things like that. That really is your tax-paid debt funds. Our debt right now is fairly low, to be honest. A lot of it was schools from the old Trotter and Woodward schools fell off. Most of the debt right now is public safety, Breakneck Hill remediation, and miscellaneous things like a school boiler, smaller things like that. But most of it is really those two things, Breakneck Hill and the public safety building. So that's represented at the top. In the middle is approved but not bonded. A big part of that is the Neary roof, which just got approved at the special town meeting recently. So that's there. And then you'll see other general fund debt, like I mentioned, for that we determined today, including the Trottier roof that's being proposed. So here is the roads project in and of itself. As you can see, the 5 phases and the sidewalks are there. Dollar-wise, this is estimated how it would play out. The biggest year comes at FY32. That's because we've now got all the phases online. Debt declines over a period of time, so it peaks there and then starts declining every year thereafter for 20 years or so. So that is in gross numbers what that looks like. Now, one thing to remember is if this is approved today and it's approved at the ballot, then it will be, it gives us authority to borrow. We don't borrow it all at once. We don't take the money out July 1st. We borrow it on a cash flow basis. Mr. Condiff and me will confer. If for some reason there's a year that he can only use half the money, we do not borrow it or we do not use it. So we have the authority to, but we don't. So that's what we're looking at for today. And here is, again, the road program and sidewalk program at some different values, house median values that was suggested to show. So again, if you look at peaks basically in FY32, the median house in Southborough right now is the 898 number, 898,100. So that line in particular is probably where a lot of people somewhere are close. So that gives you a sense of just what would be on your tax bill as far as this roads and sidewalk program. Thinking ahead to other capital projects, this is the last slide actually. So this obviously includes a lot of stuff, but it does not include some things maybe that are on the horizon. And the one that comes to mind is Neary School. So I'm sorry, yeah. So this is just an example, just to explain, every $10 million of a capital spend on a 30-year bond, which would be a big project. There would probably have to be like a Neary renovation or some big building. This is kind of the amounts that would, again, be on your tax bill per year over a 30-year bond. So it just gives you a sense. Again, median household, $170, $150, somewhere around there would be on your tax bill. So that's hopefully a bit informative, and open it up to all the questions.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. Comments or questions regarding Article 13?
Hi,
Yes, microphone 1.
Freddie Gillespie, 78 Southville Road, but speaking as the chair of the Southborough Open Space Preservation Commission that voted to put an amendment on the floor for this. And
You have the amendment in writing?
the clerk has it.
Okay, can you read the amendment?
Yep, I move to amend Article 13 as follows. Following the section that says for the costs to fund for sidewalk construction and improvement projects, to insert, and that all work on these road and sidewalk maintenance, construction, and improvement projects be done in compliance with Mass DOT general recommendations for invasive plant management, and that imported soils and material for backfill and site stabilization or any use related to these projects shall be certified weed-free and meet minimum standards provided by the North American Invasive Species Management Association, NAISMA, and that any required seeding or planting shall adhere to Mass DOT landscape design and roadside maintenance guidance and shall use a seed mix recommended by Mass DOT.
Does that receive a second? All right, receives a second. Ms. Gillespie, do you want to speak to your motion to amend?
I do. I have a beautiful PowerPoint, but you can't see it, so. And let me say that this is a well-thought-out proposal, although the execution may be lacking today, and I apologize for that. But this is not, we have an invasive species problem here in town that has not been adequately addressed, or people are just becoming aware of it. And the worst one is Japanese knotweed, which Mass DOT has recognized is a big problem. And we proposed the amendments to require best management practices established by the Massachusetts Department of Transportation, Mass DOT, because they're the experts in the state on roads. And they're saying this is the best way to do these projects. The goal is to prevent the spread of invasive species from roadside and sidewalk construction activities, reducing costs for the future treatment of invasive plants while preserving ecological systems and likely prolonging the life of the road. The next slide is someone standing in front of a 10-foot tall or taller knotweed infestation. And if you haven't got one on your street, just wait. But if you have, you'll know what I'm talking about. They will cover up sidewalks. And this is a huge one. And the next slide is a picture of Woodland Road. And adjacent to where this work is going to happen is massive Japanese knotweed. And it hasn't started to go green yet, so the picture's just of stems. But here's the thing, it's rhizomes, they spread. You break off a little bit, it spreads, it creates new plants all the way down the road. And once you start to notice these, especially when they're in bloom, you'll see the whole side of a road where there's one infestation. Within a few years, it's the whole length of the road. And Woodland Road goes down to Breakneck Hill, conservation land, and the town forest. We certainly don't want some infestations there. Removing knotweed is difficult and expensive. In 2021, Hudson spent $25,000 over 5 years to remove invasive knotweed, 6,000 square feet. We're doing 30 miles of roads. The potential to spread this invasive is significant. And then the cost to clean it up down the road by taking care of some best management practices now, recommended by the Department of Transportation, is going to pay you back. My next, and that was a slide of the newspaper article. I have a picture here of knotweed. It will grow through a wall. Knotweed grows through cracks in pavement, undermining roads and sidewalks. Knotweed has rhizomes. It will spread underneath pavement, and when there's cracks, it will come up. Has it started here yet? I haven't seen a lot of it, but when there's a big infestation, it does. And it undermines the quality of the road and could make the roads we're paying to build today last less the time that we expect. It also, you don't want it in your yard. I had pictures of it in people's backyards. It gets in there, and then you're responsible for the removal.
All right, got to ask you to
I have 2 more slides.
bring it in for a landing. Okay, thank you.
Knotweed is destructive. I have pictures of it growing through walls, and this is the final. Preventing infestations will save money not only for the town, but for residents. In the UK, knotweed problem is so extensive that to sell your home, you need to be certified knotweed-free. A piece of knotweed very small is all it takes to start a new infestation. Maintenance practices like mowing have already spread knotweed and other invasives along our roadways. I already mentioned the 30 miles. And I also wanted to mention the soil. Breakneck Hill, we had the farm dump. Before we were even thinking about this project, the Stewardship Committee made a recommendation, and it was required that when they brought the dump trucks full of soil in after the restoration, that it be certified weed-free, the exact language in here. And after a whole season, we're monitoring it carefully because you expect the invasives to come in. We don't have an invasive problem there. And I asked our conservation agent, she didn't think that cost anything extra on that bid, or it was insignificant. And I want to compare that to what happened in Weston. A bunch of us went there, I think Mark Purple and Vanessa and planning board members to see the undergrounding of the wires they did downtown Weston. I just was at a presentation. Guess what happened? It came in because they used soil, contaminated. It came in, they had a huge knotweed problem downtown Weston in their beautiful undergrounded wires, and they had to spend a lot of money and a lot of time and resources to get rid of it, and they're still working on it. So I think this is just simple, best management practices. Why wouldn't we do it? And it's another case, we've been hearing the term, kick the can down the road. Don't spread the knotweed today. You won't be paying thousands and thousands in the future to clean it up. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go back to Mr. Cundiff, just in terms of anything you want to react or address in terms of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Freddie. We don't currently have a standard that we employ for dealing with this type of thing. I know when we first spoke, Freddie, I asked you who would do such a certification of soils to certify that they're weed-free. I don't think you had an answer at that point. Maybe you do now. But I'm certainly open to working with the Open Space Commission or any other committee or town department to employ some of these best management practices. However, until I fully understand what this entails, I would be reluctant to support it.
All right, thank you. We're going to go microphone 1, and then 2, and then 3.
Sorry, I'm just waiting for the previous, to ask questions to this.
Well, I can't hear you. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just waiting to ask questions for the previous amendment.
Oh, to the original.
Correct,
Okay,
yeah.
no, right now we're just talking about the amendment.
So, Andrew Dennington, Select Board Chair, 10 Carolyn Terrace. I want to speak against the amendment. Just procedurally, I think this is coming at the last minute. The Select Board and Mr. Cundiff spent a lot of time preparing this so that town meeting could handle it most efficiently. I think most people want to talk about the bread and butter of this. I also don't like invasive species, but I don't know what these things are here. Another thing I just want to point out, that the handout which was pointed out about this says that this is sponsored, that the Open Space Preservation Commission has proposed this amendment, and that is, I looked at the posted agendas of the Open Space Preservation Commission. No, there's 3 from this year. I didn't see this agenda item on there at all. So there's a serious open meeting law issue there, but it also is unfair to the proponent of the article because now we have no time to react to this. You just got to talk about it on the floor. It's not a very good way of handling such a significant issue like this, so I hope we quickly defeat this amendment.
Well, let's keep it to the substance. Microphone 3.
Joyce Greenleaf, 4 North Street. And I'm someone who's actually dealt with a knotweed infestation on my own property, and it is a noxious, invasive, and very challenging weed to get rid of. And I believe it came to my property via infestations along Route 85 and along my abutter's property. And I personally found it was damaging to habitat I was nurturing. It was crowding out native plants I had planted. And I spent over $5,000 to get rid of it. And it still requires my vigilance. So if there's something that we can do as a town, of an ounce of prevention to prevent other homeowners that care about your yards from dealing what I've had to deal with, I'm all for it, so I'm in favor of this amendment. I would also point out that because it can grow from such small portions and gets pushed along roads by plows and can come in with soil that's contaminated with it, it can start on the edge of your road in the right-of-way that the town owns. As homeowners, it's my understanding, and Mr. Cundiff can correct me if I'm wrong, we're not allowed to treat invasives in that right-of-way on the edge of our lawns and the road because it requires a special license for right-of-way invasive treatment for a licensed herbicide application. I had to spend so much money on my property because I did hire someone with the appropriate licenses. So I would just urge anyone who cares about your lawn and the habitat in our town to support this amendment.
All right, thank you. Microphone 4, and then I see 5 in the CAF.
Thank you. Marnie Houlihan, 26 Clifford Road. I'm a member of the planning board, but I'm speaking as a private citizen. I support this amendment. I think that the Massachusetts DOT, like many Massachusetts agencies, has put forward rules and regulations that are something that the town should adopt. I don't think this is unreasonable. While it has been sprung upon you, I expect the same will happen to me later. I think that it's worth bringing in because it is important for us to think about the future. We shouldn't think about just tomorrow. I understand your planning has not assumed the DOT standards, but I think moving forward, when there are Massachusetts standard for things, we should incorporate them. I don't think it's unreasonable. Sure, it may change your estimates or costs, or you may not understand those, but I think it's probably a good policy to do that. We shouldn't defer the original and not approve it, but I do think we should include the DOT and Ms. Gillespie's recommendations. It's just the right thing to do for our town, and we can figure it out along the way as you work with the Open Space Committee to kind of figure out how you move it along. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to go to, you're on deck, Mr. Hamilton, but we're going to our microphone 5 in the cafeteria, ma'am.
Hi, Andrea Hamilton, 119 Northborough Road. So I guess what I'm hearing from Mr. Cundiff is not necessarily an unwillingness to kind of work within these. Again, I'm hearing these are not regulations; these are guidelines. It's not an unwillingness, but it's more sort of the surprise. And we just walked through, I think, a really detailed and nice presentation. And my understanding is that for next year we're looking at a relatively small start to the road repairs. And so I guess what I'm wondering is there anything that would preclude us?
Okay.
There's a lot of waving.
I mean, I have kids too, but can we round them up, please? I don't want to be that guy, but I got to be that guy. Orange T-shirt. Get lost. All right.
So again, what I'm hearing is not necessarily kind of a knee-jerk no to the idea of the motion, but more just sort of the surprise and how it overall impacts the planning and the budget, right? We're voting on a pretty significant budget right now for roads if this passes. And so my question would be, is there anything that would preclude us from coming back to this next year or, as part of a special town meeting or something when we have all the information and as voters we can make a more informed decision and feel a little less kind of surprised by it while starting the roads project now?
All right, thank you. Yes, briefly, please.
There was, oh, sorry, yeah.
Yes, briefly, this is Bill Cundiff, DPW Superintendent. Yes, we are willing to employ things that are appropriate for the project outside of the motion. We're always open to work with boards and committees. I do want to take a moment to point out Ms. Houlihan that although these may be Mass DOT standards, number one, this is a local project that would be funded locally, so those standards don't necessarily apply. And number two, there are cases, as best management practices, Mass DOT even doesn't employ these things. But I'm open to work with the Open Space Committee on this.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. Microphone 2.
Al Hamilton, 35 Pine Hill Road. The Select Board has voted 5-0 not to support this article.
All right, thank you.
Not to support the amendment.
Microphone 1.
Andrew Pfaff, 50 Oak Hill Road. I think I would agree this is a little bit late, and my one concern is that, I got rid of knotweed. I think it certainly has some merits. I think this is better suited, not necessarily in this article, but it could be a DPW or select board policy. So I think, bringing it up in that kind of a meeting and trying to put it into a policy or procedure that they can have, and we can, look at all the pros and cons, the budget impact of doing this. But I think specifically to this article doesn't make a whole lot of sense because, I mean, Bill could just as easily use Chapter 90 or other funds to do this work and buy different dirt that's not certified. So it's not exactly accomplishing the goal. You're hamstringing just this money without really understanding all the pros and cons. Advisory did vote, 6-1 not to support this as well. So I think, just something to think about.
All right, thank you. Any other comment or question on the motion on the floor, which is to amend the original motion? Any other comment or question? Wait a minute. Okay. Seeing none, then, this requires a majority vote. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hands. And all those opposed? Okay, the amendment fails, and we're back to the main motion. I had a gentleman at microphone 1. Yes, you were first on the main motion. Please go ahead.
Hi, Patrick Stanton, 24 Main Street. Just a quick question regarding the plan. Some of the roads, like Lover's Lane, don't look like they could last 2 or 3 years it would take. So I just didn't know if they were getting any remediation or support for that time period.
Mr. Cundiff.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. We would employ our normal routine maintenance on these programs in the meantime. We'd fill potholes, we would address drainage issues, any kind of issues that need response from the DPW, we would address.
All right, thank you. Mike 3, then 2, then 4.
Hi, Ann Northup, 1 Wood Street. I have the blue sheet here, and I wanted to know if all the roads that you're considering repairing are on this sheet, because my street, Wood, is not, and it is considered a red road. It's on your map, and it's very much in need of repair.
Thank you for the question. There are a number of roads that we are not including as part of this plan. We financially couldn't address all the roads in the town. So we had to be selective, and the prioritization came in terms of traffic volume, condition of the road, and what's a reasonable funding mechanism. That's not to say it's not going to get done over time, but it's not part of this phase of the plan. This plan is going to be a living document so that as we go year to year, I expect we get to year 5, we're going to have a subsequent plan that needs to get employed and acted upon so that perhaps your road would get on that next round.
All right, microphone 2.
Mike Dillon, 2 Ted Lane. Been living there for 23 years. And one of the things that kind of surprised me, I didn't read all the bills before I came here today, is that the sidewalk bill and the broad road bill are coupled. And because to me, the sidewalk bill is like an imminent issue because unless you live around there, I used to run 5 miles, up into Ashland and all that stuff. By far, the most dangerous part of that whole thing is really from Ted Lane to Richards, and then Richards down to Parkerville. Whatever. Route 85. My wife and I, we used to walk our daughter in a cart, and people would literally this happened, pull over and said, with the sun behind you, we can't even see you. And on a good day, walking down there with the dog or whatever, you're really this far away from a car that's going to really go by you. That's in best conditions. If it's snowed, then you have to walk in the street. If it's dark, you need a flashlight. 23 years ago, people weren't on their phones. They're distracted now, so I'm surprised something hasn't happened yet. So my biggest concern is that the fact that the sidewalk bill and the Brigger bill are coupled, because the sidewalk bill to me is imminent. The road thing, I want that too, but I'm afraid that if the road bill doesn't pass, then the sidewalk one won't, and they'll be still stuck with a very dangerous situation. It's kind of like the whole school security thing. Once something bad happens, they're going to say why. So to me, the most imminent issue is the sidewalk. I hope we can get it repaired. So that's just my 2 cents on that one.
All right, thank you. Microphone 4, and then back to 2.
Oh, God, that's loud. Jamie Meath, 11 Lovers Lane. I do support this bill. I've spoken to Mr. Cundiff on the phone. I've lived at Lover's Lane for almost 20 years, pay excise taxes for 5 cars and over $20,000 a year in property taxes. And I will say I'm shocked we're here having to ask for more money to do all these roads. I mean, I would ask the people in charge of the budget to make some hard choices going forward, and I did just approve the budget we had, and it would be very hard to make choices, I admit that. But we have to get these roads in shape. They're extremely dangerous. Lover's Lane is basically almost all potholes at this point. What the previous person just described about the sidewalks, I mean, Lover's Lane, our road is our sidewalk. We don't have sidewalks. A car comes by, it hits one of those potholes and goes into a person. That could potentially happen. The potholes are very dangerous. I've read many stories about towns being liable for people being killed in accidents due to potholes, and we have to take this plan very seriously, and I do support it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Microphone 2.
Al Hamilton, 35 Pine Hill Road. I'm going to vote in favor of this, but I think it's important that we have the adult conversation about the risks associated with this program and the ability to completely complete the program. There are risks associated with this. Probably the biggest risk that we face today is the price of oil. Asphalt is an oil byproduct, and its price tracks the price of oil. And so, and the estimates that were made in good faith were made before the Iran war. So it is quite possible that we may not be able to complete the entire program, and I think people ought to understand that this is the intent, but there can be no guarantees. Likewise, we're assuming that we can borrow money at 4.5%. That's a pretty good estimate. In fact, it's a conservative estimate, but again, we can't guarantee that that's the fact. And then finally, this is for pavement and a pavement program. It does not include money for all of the other stuff that's underneath the road, in particular drainage systems. So we have a number of drainage systems which are in poor condition or likely to fail, and that could change the cost profile of these projects. As I say, I'm going to vote in favor of this. This is rectifying decades of underfunding our road maintenance, but I think we need to be clear-eyed about the risks associated with this program.
Thank you very much. Microphone 4.
Hi, I'm Paul Carter, 6 Hillside Avenue. I have over 30 years of experience as a transportation engineer, designing and permitting road, bridge, bike path, and private development projects for Mass Highway in the cities and towns in Mass and throughout New England. One of my technical specialties is pavement design and rehabilitation. I support the proposed sidewalk plan for adding sidewalks on the 4 roads. Adding the new sidewalks to the existing roads is an important safety improvement, a step toward create complete streets and healthy transportation by providing for all modes of transportation. This is currently Massachusetts Mass Highway Department's approach to the roads in Massachusetts. That's their priority. Complete streets, safe for all modes. So my understanding is that this is just the beginning of providing sidewalks, on the town roads. This proposed sidewalk plan is based on a comprehensive sidewalk and accessibility study that was done for the town. Walking is one of the most common major recreation activities of all that could be done to improve the safety of the roads. The sidewalk plan is old. The important thing is we've inventoried our sidewalks and we've located our accessibility handicap ramps locations. And this is not specified in the plan, but an important part of the overall plan to do sidewalks in town. I also support the proposed 5-year, $25 million pavement management plan. Over the last 20 years, I've worked as a transportation engineer to implement and rehabilitation town roads for many towns in Boston area based on pavement management plans prepared by VHB and Beta Engineering. For the last 20 years, maintaining roads has been based on pavement management plans, which is the civil engineering standard for rehabilitation and maintaining roads. Prior to pavement rehabilitation plans, it was decided which road should be repaved each year based on town or city politics, not where it was most needed to maintain the quality of roads in cities and towns.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to
I'll wrap it up.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
The comprehensive valuation of the town's existing roads and pavement conditions has resulted in the 5 and 25 million year plan. Plan lays out what needs to be done over the next 5 years, and Bill has laid out very clearly what has to be done. So less money applied before things get too bad prevents you from having to do an expensive rehabilitation down the road, okay? Southborough roads are in bad condition. They're at a tipping point. This is the time, this pavement management plan is the best practical, responsible, and prudent way to protect the town's most important capital asset, its roads. I urge you in favor of the proposed 5-year pavement management plan and to ensure that 2/3 majority vote on this is required for this critical proactive plan. And the only other thing I would say is that it's important that the town vote today to support the whole pavement management plan. This is proactive planning for the town.
All right, thank you. Other comments or questions on Article 13? None in the auditorium, none in the cafeteria. This is obviously a borrowing article, requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of Article 13, please raise your hands. Okay, all those opposed? All right, there's some opposition, but I do declare a 2/3 majority.
Thank you.
Article 13 passes. Article 15, Mr. Hamilton.
Bear with me, I have to read a fairly lengthy passage. I apologize. I'm not going to stand because I've got to be able to see what I'm reading. Mr. Moderator, I move that the town of Southborough vote to appropriate and borrow or transfer from available funds an amount of $8,833,964 for the purpose of paying for the final design, project management, and construction services for the P. Brent Trottier Middle School roof replacement project at 49 Parkerville Road, Southborough, including the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto for the project, which in proposed repair project would materially extend the useful life of the school and preserve an asset which otherwise is capable of supporting the required educational program for which the town may be eligible for a grant from the Massachusetts School Building Authority, MSBA, said amount to be expended under the direction of the Southborough School Committee. To meet this appropriation, the Select Board is authorized to borrow said amount under MGL Chapter 44 or pursuant to any other enabling authority. The town of Southborough acknowledges that the MSBA grant program is a non-entitlement discretionary program based on need and determined by the MSBA, and that any project costs the town incurs in excess of any grant that may be approved by and received from the MSBA shall be the sole responsibility of the town of Southborough, provided further that any grant that the town may receive from the MSBA for the project shall not exceed the lesser of 41.32% of the eligible approved project costs as determined by the MSBA, or 2, the total maximum grant amount determined by the MSBA, provided that any appropriation hereunder shall be subject to and contingent upon the affirmative vote of the town to exempt the amounts required from the payment of interest and principal on said borrowing from the limitations on taxes imposed by Mass General Law 59, Section 21C, also known as Proposition 2.5, and that the amount of the borrowing authorized pursuant to this vote shall be reduced by any grant amount set forth in the project funding agreement that may be executed between the town and the MSBA. Whew. Bless you. This is the borrowing program. This is the borrowing program for the replacement of the roof in the building in which we are currently meeting. And I believe the school committee is going to discuss this further.
Well, I don't know. I don't see any comment or question regarding this article. School committee have something? Okay. Comment or question on Article 15? Nothing in the cafeteria, nothing in the auditorium. Article 15 is a 2/3 vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? I declare a 2/3 majority. Article 17, Ms. Houlihan. By the way, folks, still pizza and water in the cafeteria if you're so inclined.
Hi, everyone. The audience certainly got a little bit slimmer. Hopefully this won't be too long. Before I move the article, I wanted to take a minute, and I had that authority from the town moderator. I don't know how I make this stop. So I'd like to take a moment to recognize and celebrate someone whose dedication to the town of Southborough has quietly shaped our community for decades. Mimi Luttrell's service to this town is both exceptional and enduring. Mimi first began her public service on the Open Space Committee, where she served nearly 15 years with a deep respect for conservation, thoughtful stewardship, and the long view of land use. In 2016, she was elected to the Planning Board, and since then she has continued to give generously of her time, her expertise, and her steady leadership. In recent years, she has served as chair of the Planning Board, guiding its work with clarity, diligence, and integrity. Mimi commands a strong and nuanced understanding of Southborough's bylaws, but more importantly, she understands their purpose. She has consistently led with a commitment to balanced decision-making that protects public health, safeguards environmental resources, and ensures long-term capability between growth and community character. Her fingerprints are on some of the most important planning work our town has undertaken, including native plant adoption, meaningful contributions to the master plan, and countless hours spent reviewing proposals, listening to residents, and guiding complex discussions toward thoughtful outcomes. What often goes unseen is the time, for all of us, really. The preparation, the late nights, the quiet perseverance that comes with volunteer service done well. For 25 years, Mimi has shown up for Southborough, not for recognition, but because she believes deeply in this community and its future. Today, we recognize and celebrate that commitment. We thank Mimi Luttrell for her decades of service, and in particular for her leadership and dedication on the Planning Board. Please join me in giving a round of applause to thank Mimi for her extraordinary dedication to the town of Southborough. She will not be going for re-election. So please, Mimi, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for letting me do that. I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Does it receive a second? Second. All right. Ms. Houlihan.
Thank you. So I will first begin with the presentation, and then I will read the report of the Planning Board. So hopefully you did pick up, what we tried to do is provide a very detailed handout so you could see what I'll be presenting and also a very detailed compare and comparison of what exists today and what we're proposing for exists tomorrow. So first of all, where are the IP districts? And when I say IP, it's industrial park. And so those are in the purple. I've highlighted it there and I identified those properties. If you can notice, most of them do abut residential and conservation zoning. So we're updating the IP zone, like why now? So many of you, Alan Balniak, who's a member of our planning board, got on the planning board because there was a challenge in town is we didn't have a fitness center use for a fitness center that wanted to stay in town. And so we started to really thoughtfully look through some of our zoning and we decided to update some of those uses. And in fact, we wanted to make sure that they were modernized, that we could invite some town, new planning, new town proponents to build and bring tax revenues in. And so that's why we're doing this now. And so right now, the Industrial Park Zone District is on the slate for your review and to hopefully vote in support of this. The second reason is we no longer have use variances in this town. So even if someone went in and wanted to do something in a building and make it a different use, they can't do that legally. So they have to find another district where it's legally zoned. So we want to make sure that there's openness to our town to proponents coming in. And there are certainly available properties within the IP district that have some maybe creative innovation and thinking that we could do and modernize for our town and bring in some dollars. So why are we amending our bylaw? So our bylaw is 40 years old. And I'll say, like, one example, if you read it, is that we have accommodations for night watchmen. We haven't had a lot of requests for zoning for night watchmen lately, so we thought we should update that zoning. We wanted to protect residents and neighborhoods, so we did include some broad language around protection, noise, odor, vibration, emissions, and lighting controls, which don't exist in any other zoning right now, but we're including those into a broad way into the IP zone, this new zoning you'll see. We are strengthening environmental and public safety oversight, where we have clear Massachusetts DEP-aligned performance standards, fire, light, life safety and emergency planning requirements, and really to make sure that we have annual updates. So when there are uses that we're inviting in, we make sure we can keep on top of those uses. We are trying to support responsible economic growth for our town. While that's not our dual obligation as the planning board, we're really the stewards of land use, we do obviously want to make sure that we open the doors for tax revenue to come into the town. And we really want to encourage modern, diverse, and clean utilization of those properties in town. Further, what we believe our bylaw does is it provides transparency and community protections. So let's get into that. What's actually changing in the IP bylaw? So I mentioned the general performance standards. So these are really around noise. We do have a noise bylaw. We just refer to that as well as Mass DEP in this general performance standard. Vibration, we have heard from other developments that there's vibrations that people feel in their homes, and we want to make sure that we have some protections in place if we invite proponents in to build, that they don't invite unintended consequences for the residents around them. Odor, again, we have nothing in our bylaw currently, so we wanted some general performance standards around odor. So should you smell things, there's a way to react to that. Emissions, and again, that they must meet state and federal emissions and air quality rules, and that we would prohibit excessive bright lights and refuse issues. Second is to modernize uses permitted by right. So again, I talked about the night watchman thing. So that's been eliminated if you look at the compare and contrast in the handout in the back pages. We have looked to invite breweries, distilleries, recreation, arts, cultural and fitness facilities, creative workplaces, digital services and publishing, retail banks, offices, and consumer services without manufacturing. And these are by right, so under 50,000 square feet. Medical clinics and outpatient centers. Small clean energy infrastructure with safeguards, and that follows Mass General Law, which is providing by right small energy clean infrastructures, which is battery energy supply. I'll go through a little bit what that means. but we want to make sure we're in compliance with Mass General Law, which is enacting this at a state level. Light manufacturing with strict environmental controls. So those are kind of the modernized uses within a by right allowable use. It would obviously need to go through site plan considerations, but those are within 50,000 square feet. Then we do provide clear special permit uses, so anything over 50,000 square feet. That might fall in under 50,000 square feet, but they want 51,000 square feet. That would now require a special permit, and then additional uses, including on-site manufacturing with retail, utilities, hospital labs, life sciences and R&D facilities, and data centers. Data centers is another couple of slides. And we've updated development standards. So the setbacks, as they currently exist, setbacks for sites near residential conservation districts increased to 100 feet. Clear energy infrastructure in data centers specifically will require 1,000-foot setbacks, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. And there'd be no changes to height, frontage, lot size, or the FAR. So what is a 50,000 square feet? No one can really visualize it, so hopefully that helps. It's an average size supermarket. It's an elementary school, indoor sports center. If you think about Teamworks in Northborough, that's about 70,000 square feet if you've ever been there. So that's a little bit larger than 50,000 square feet. Our own public safety building is about 36,000 square feet, so it's a little larger than that. I've tried to provide some other comparisons, like if you live life on a basketball court, think about 9 of them from an NBA level, or 14 tennis courts. But it's a fairly decent size, and it's a medium chain restaurant. So just for visual comparisons, when I say 50,000 square feet, hopefully that gives you some context. So small clean energy infrastructure, and why now? And I mentioned that the Mass General and constituency has put forward a law that requires towns to accept clean energy facilities by right. And so what we wanted to do was allow that, but also allow Southborough to add some additional protections in there. So when we say they are clean, they mean they reduce emissions and they help lower energy costs over time. They are low impact, typically with minimal noise, size, or visual changes, and far from anything resembling a power plant or a large-scale facility. And examples that you might see on or near home, so those are small battery energy systems, rooftop solar panels, small grounded mounted solar arrays, heat pumps or small geothermal systems for heating and cooling, and small wind turbines, although I don't think we have anything here in Southborough like that. We've increased the front, side, and rear buffers on these specifically from 50 feet, which is by right in the current bylaw, or what the state wants, to 1,000 feet. Again, to kind of ensure it's a new use in our town, so we'd like to be thoughtful and conservative. Zoning can always be updated, but let's see what we don't know about. Zoning is always put in place for to make sure we account for unintended consequences. So the state has said 50 feet, we suggest 1,000 feet. Let's just be careful and cautious as we move forward. Data centers. So I think we all have heard about data centers. If you've been watching the news or reading the paper or hearing about data centers. AI, we heard about it earlier, it's taking over. They require large-scale, high-throughput facilities to actually enable AI to happen. And so we keep hearing about these very large facilities. That's what's happening in Virginia, football-size places that are being put down. A lot of cities and towns don't have protections in place today. The intent with this IP bylaw today for data centers is to put some intentional boundaries around data centers. To start, it's a new use. We want to be able to open the doors for data centers, but we also want to be very cautious since we don't know how they impact our natural resources, particularly electric and water resources, and what impact they might have on just human beings and existence. And given that our IP district is in aligned residential areas, we really want to be cautious about how we invite them in and provide clear setbacks. So data centers are large facilities. Ours will be limited to 50,000 square feet that store and process digital information. They are not office computers or typical business servers. They contain rows of high-density computers, cooling systems that often use water for cooling systems. We do have a data center in Southborough. It's called Tier Point Facility. It's the Southborough-Marlborough line. That's an old school data center. That is just kind of old system computers. They used about 5 to 10 times less capacity than what modern AI data centers require. So it's very difficult to compare what we have in town today with what we're expecting for future use. Data centers are in the news, as you know. And some, obviously, communities report economic benefits, but we've also heard concerns about noise, energy use, water consumption, and neighborhood impact. So we want to be cautious on how we invite them in. What protections does this bylaw create? Strong siting protections. We researched this extensively. We've worked on this for over 5 months and looked at a lot of comparative bylaws out there in other towns and other states. And so we felt very certain around siting considerations that data center buildings should be at least 1,000 feet away from homes and conservation lands. Outdoor equipment that exists with data centers must be visually screened and enclosed whenever possible. We've also placed strong noise controls. That noise must stay at or below current baselines, requiring before and after noise studies by the proponents putting them in. Strict limits on generator testing and notification. If a generator is tested, that notification has to go out to abutting neighborhoods. Pre- and post-construction noise studies would also be required. Public engagement requirements. So if a data center were to come in, all residents within a half mile would be notified. An applicant must hold at least 2 neighborhood meetings, in addition to the public hearings that planning board would be holding. And there must be adequate notification. And we say clear signage because that's how it's done, as you know, through newspapers and signage. But obviously, we'd love to kind of be able to create a way to invite community members to tag into the Southborough alert system where you provide your email so you know what's happening in town, because there's not an active pull. It's push system, it's a pull. You have to register and opt in to do that. But we have put very clear guidelines to data centers to be able to notify residents. So the town oversight through a special permit, which we would endorse, is through the planning board. Right now, the planning board has oversight for 9 special permits. Typically, the zoning board does have that oversight. We feel data centers falls within that category because of the intensive nature of a data center, its use on our resources, and the training that the planning board has with regard to site plan development. So you can read what we've put through there, but we've really kind of tightened language around impact on water, sewer, stormwater, and electrical systems, expected energy use and emissions, coding methods, and water consumption. As I talked about, the noise, vibration, and air quality. The public safety, fire protection, and emergency plans to make sure those are all locked in and people have comfort there. And then that it's consistent with the town climate and master plans. And if impacts cannot be fully addressed, the planning board can still deny the permit. So again, the maximum building size would be 50,000 square feet. The applicant must maintain public notification for the generator use, and all operators must meet town development and environmental standards. And that's it. So that's the high-level IP bylaw. And I just wanted to read our required report. Dear Select Board, the Planning Board opened the public hearing for proposed zoning amendment, Industrial Park District Expanded Uses 174-8.6 for the 2026 ATM Article 17 on February 9th, 2026. Continued to February 23rd, March 9th, March 23rd, and closed on April 11th. We haven't actually closed yet. We will close after town meeting on April 11th. A second public hearing was noticed for the additional proposed zoning amendment to 174-9 special permit requirements. The Planning Board opened the public hearing to amend Special Permit 174-9 to add Special Section K data centers for the 2026 ATM Article 17 on March 30th, 2026. The Planning Board voted 4-0 to 1. Ms. Braccio is absent today regarding both public hearings to support Article 17 included in the 2026 ATM warrant. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Comments or questions regarding Article 17? 3, then 1, then 2, then 4.
Okay.
Microphone 3.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sam Stivers. I live at 7 Presidential Drive. I'd like to offer an amendment to this article. And the
Okay,
town
can
clerk has a
move
copy.
that amendment?
So I read the amendment?
Yes.
Okay. I move that in section 174.86F3, fifth bullet point, second line, strike "and data centers" and replace that phrase with "which." The effect of this is to change the sentence that says, "except for small energy infrastructure and data centers," would now read, "except for small energy infrastructure," which maintains a minimum 1,000 feet. So effectively, this removes the 1,000-foot setback requirement for data centers. That's first part one. Second part, in section 174.9K3, strike all language in this section and replace it with the word "reserved" in brackets. This again removes the 1,000-foot setback requirement in that section. And the third change is in section 174.9K7, the second bullet point, change 50,000 to 100,000. This changes the minimum building size from 50,000 to 100,000 square feet. That's the three parts of my amendment.
All right. Does that receive a second?
Second.
All right.
Thank
Mr. Stivers, I'll let you speak to it. And if you're at the microphone to speak to the main article, I'm going to have you hang tight. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Stivers.
Thank you. Why am I proposing this? Article 17, I believe, effectively bans data centers in Southborough. The setbacks and the size limits make it unlikely that anybody is going to want to put a data center here other than the one we have, which is already in there. Data centers are useful because they generate good commercial tax revenue. They're high-value buildings and filled with expensive equipment, and few people on site, no traffic, and no impact on town services typically. Ms. Houlihan talked about what data centers are and the fact that we have one on St. Martin Drive. That one actually generates over $600,000 annually in property tax revenue, which is, as a matter of fact, more than we expect from the Costco facility that's going in. So they're very helpful for us. We need commercial tax revenue because of the tax shift, as folks have been hearing about, from residential, from commercial property taxpayers to residential. People have felt that in their tax bills, and this is a way to begin to offset some of that.
Okay.
A little more, please.
Yeah, no, sorry, I thought you were done.
So basically, this amendment reverts the setback from 1,000 feet to the standard setback in the industrial park district, which is 50 feet, and except for 100 feet from setbacks from residential or conservation districts. And second, it changes the size from 50,000 to 100,000 square feet, which is these average data center is about 100,000 square feet. The bigger they are, the more economical they are. So if we want people to do that, we would give them more flexibility on size here. Ms. Houlihan talked about the protections relative to data centers. In fact, if you look at the article, there's a long list of protections, regardless of this amendment, that the planning board has to consider as the special permit granting authority. So they will have multiple options to review many dimensions of any data center proposal and deal with those protections. Elsewhere in the bylaw, there's protections against vibration, noise, etc. So all those other protections are already in place. And so I guess the bottom line for me is that voters who want residential property tax relief should support this article. And one final comment, Ms. Houlihan commented about on the Article 13 warrant or amendment that the proponent was surprised by the amendment. The planning board is surprised by this, I'm sure she'll comment. I chose not to go to the planning board because I've attended seen all of the planning board hearings on this with planning board and other committees. And in fact, the ban on data center point was raised during those hearings. It got a very cool report. So I figured I would not waste my time on that. I'd go to town meeting and try to get this done. Thank you.
All right, I'll give you, a couple minutes to start, because then we have several people at the mic.
Perfect. I want to begin by clarifying what this discussion is and what it is not. This is not a vote against data centers. Southborough already hosts one, and it has brought tax revenue by largely operating within the expectations set when it was approved. That history matters, and it informs why the Planning Board chose a careful, balanced approach rather than outright restriction. However, the proposal before us is not simply an expansion of what we already know. It is a request to double the footprint, reduce setbacks from residential neighborhoods, and introduce a new generation of AI-focused data center infrastructure. From a planning perspective, that is materially different use with materially different risks. Traditional data centers were designed for moderate power density, air-based cooling, and predictable demand. New AI-scale facilities operate at dramatically higher electrical loads, increasingly rely on liquid or hybrid cooling systems with water implications, and behave more like continuous industrial infrastructure than conventional commercial development. This distinction matters because zoning exists to anticipate impact before it becomes permanent. Setbacks are not obstacles to development, they are risk management tools. Reducing them increases exposure to noise, light, emergency generator operation, infrastructure expansion, and long-term grid and water impacts that directly affect residents. Once a building is constructed at scale and closer to homes, the town loses leverage. If unintended consequences emerge, those impacts are absorbed by the community, not the applicant. It is also important to be clear about our role. The Planning Board is not here to maximize revenue. It is here to steward land use, public health, environmental balance, and long-term capability. Tax benefit alone cannot outweigh irreversible siting decisions. The zoning we crafted does not prohibit AI data centers. It allows them, but with caution. The caution preserves optionality. It gives us time to observe how these facilities operate elsewhere, to understand real power, water, and human impacts, and to revisit zoning with evidence rather than assumptions. We can always amend zoning in the future. We cannot undo a large, poorly sited facility once it exists. Good planning does not chase novelty. It understands consequences before they become permanent, and it protects the town while keeping future paths open. This is exactly what the current zoning is designed to do. This is not a no. It is a deliberate, responsible, let's proceed with caution. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 1 and then 2. Mr. Dennington, I thought the other gentleman was in front of you. Did he agree to switch with you? All right. 1, then it's not 2. It's 1 and then 4. Go ahead.
Diana Bell, 24 Main Street. I'm against this proposed amendment. A big fear of mine, I'm not for data centers. I've been reading in the news like what they do to communities when they move in, these new AI data centers. They might bring initial money, but then residents are left paying more for water, electric rates. And I don't know about you guys, but electric bills this winter were brutal. And as we face that with climate change and needing, more heat, more AC, whatever, I don't want to be having to fund a data center in our town. So having a bigger one where we're on the hook for more just doesn't sound like a good idea to me. And caution is what I think we should go with. Thanks.
All right, Mike 4.
John Green, 10 Terra Road. I appreciate the rebuttal by Marty. I'm certainly not for the amendment. I actually have an amendment that creates a larger buffer to the residential zoning. So at the appropriate time, I appreciate the opportunity to read that.
Well, we can do one more subsidiary motion. Is it something simple and already in writing?
It is, yes, sir. So I move to amend the main motion in
No,
section...
you've got to amend Mr. Stiver's amendment.
Oh, well, I have one to the main motion then.
I can't hear you.
I have one to the main motion, to the main article.
All right, then please hold it. Okay. I'm back to microphone 1.
I'm on the main motion, not the amendment.
All right, then microphone 2, Mr. Dennington.
Actually, Mr. Hamilton has a very similar point I'd like to, he can make.
Guys, we can't, we don't trade our spots at the line.
Good, I'll go back. I'll take my spot back.
Okay.
Okay.
No, feel free to go right behind him, though.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
So I think the planning board has done an enormous amount of work putting together this amendment, and that it's very timely. The whole business development environment has changed. When I was doing development, I designed parking lots for office buildings, okay? Being realistic about how we're going to do business development in the town of Southborough, requires a major re-explanation about what we're looking for here. And I think that if we need to allow for larger buildings and for less setbacks, we'll do what we did for Costco. If somebody comes in, we want them, and they're going to do something responsible, we'll adjust this stuff for them. We don't need to adjust it on town meeting. It's not appropriate. It's not the right time. The planning board has already put a lot of thought into this thing.
Mr. Hamilton?
Al Hamilton, 35 Pine Hill Road. Two items. One, we keep talking about 100,000 square feet as if it's unusual. The typical big box store is 100,000 square feet. I know because I went on Google and I measured them. A Target is 100,000 square feet. A Home Depot is 100,000 square feet. So we've got to stop being afraid of this because, frankly, it's showing up in your tax bill and my tax bill. With regards to water, there seems to be a great concern about water. Well, the truth is the MWRA is trying to sell water. They want to sell more water. We are actually blessed in the Commonwealth in that we actually have an ample water supply, which many places which we are competing for data centers don't have. And so this is actually a competitive advantage which could potentially show up in your tax bill. Then finally, I will note that the Select Board voted 4-1 in favor of this amendment.
Okay, thank you. I believe the two gentlemen at the microphones now are on the main question. So any other comment or question on Mr. Stiver's amendment?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, Michael Nordstrom, 14 Meeting House Lane. I was just curious how the planning board arrived at the 50,000 square foot maximum size.
Yeah, so I will say that's been a lot of deliberations over multiple meetings, and 50,000 was the existing IP district size. And given the footprint of the zoning that's existing, we thought 50,000 was the appropriate level for something, again, that's untested. It's a new use. So we thought we'll stick with what exists in the IP district for size today to be revisited in the future. We can't reduce that, but it was never going to be smaller than 50,000 square feet, if that makes sense.
It does, but are there plenty of examples of data centers that are 50,000 square feet and smaller?
Current AI data centers, there are some. So there are some vertical structures, like there's some in Boston that were placed in a vertical building. There are others. Not many data centers are actually placed in this general area due to the electrical costs. Many of them choose different places in the country, so that we don't have a lot of comparable New England data centers for AI infrastructure. For previous infrastructure, like what we have at Tier Point facility, yes, but I can't make those comparisons today.
Right, so it's basically what you're saying, it's not common to have a data center for AI that's under 50,000 square feet.
That's under.
Right.
I don't know. There are some that exist, but not necessarily comparable in the New England area that I can speak to.
Okay. And I did Google what Mr. Hamilton said, and his 100,000 is the average for a data center, AI data center as well. So I am concerned, and I would support what Mr. Stivers is talking about as far as increasing the amount to 100,000 to be reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 1.
Hi, Roger Challen, 29 Oak Hill Road. I've probably spent more of my life involved in data centers than anybody else in this room, actually. I've owned them, I've run them, I've used them. Now, these haven't been AI data centers yet, but I just like to strongly agree with Mr. Stivers and Mr. Hamilton, and I think you should support this amendment.
Okay, thank you. Microphone 3.
Oh, that's me. Mary Tinty, 2 General Henry Knox Road. This amendment concerns me. I think the planning board has done a great job, as they've articulated, to set out a first step for this. I think that this first step at the size that we're talking about here is something we can take a good first bite out of. When you scale up, as is suggested in this amendment, I think what we're having as a town is a much larger and therefore then much needed conversation about how this town, as voting citizens, as a community, think about data centers and how that could change the identity of the town, the energy of the town, the taxes in the town. So I think these are two different but related conversations. The larger conversation at this larger scale, I'm not saying we shouldn't have it, but I'm thinking for the purposes of today and getting everyone up to speed on how to slowly introduce that conversation, the original article is the way to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. 4 and then 1 is on deck.
Mr. Moderator, can I make an amendment to the amendment? Is that?
You can.
Can I strike the amendment that Mr. Stivers suggested and instead provide an update to Article 17 in Section F, Development Standards, Bullet 5, and substitute the words, any development abutting residential district shall adhere to 2,000 feet front, rear, and side offset. Any development abutting conservation districts shall adhere to 100 feet front, rear, and side. These requirements shall supersede and take precedence over any less restrictive setbacks in the article.
Hold on one second, please.
Maybe it worked. Huh? I did.
Okay. Yeah, there's a consensus up here that you're not really amending Mr. Stiver's amendment. You're going in another direction. So we're going to hold that for now. And I've got to go to microphone 1 and then 2.
Paul Desmond, 5 Pinecone Lane. In addition to annoying people on the school committee for 15 years, I've been writing about IT for about 40 years. So I know something about this too, and I'll say that 50,000 square feet is pretty small for a data center these days, and even 100,000 is not particularly big. So I completely support the 100,000 change here. And I would also say, to some of the concerns about energy and water use, I mean, the trend in data centers is conservation, and so even water-cooled data centers may not necessarily be using fresh water all the time. They do try to recycle water when they can. It saves money for them, and these guys are all about saving money. And the same with electricity. I mean, they try to be as energy efficient as they can, and the trend these days is more towards generating their own electricity as much as they can. For a 100,000 square foot data center, questionable whether that would happen, but again, these guys want to make money, so they're going to try to save electricity any way they can. So. And as is pointed out, they're not using much in the way of town resources. So I think encouraging data center use would be a good thing for the town. Thanks.
Okay, microphone 2.
Lawrenson, 132 Marlborough Road. On the 100,000, 50,000, if you set something so de minimis, it's not even going to invite anybody into the town to consider building something here, because then they're going to think about, well, what approvals do I have to go through to get to the size that I want? So based on what I'm hearing, you have to think about, would this, the way it's written, even invite somebody to consider Southborough? And what I'm hearing is that it wouldn't even invite somebody to consider Southborough. So you'd be missing out on the opportunity. And so I think it's important to consider how something's written and whether or not it's the proper advertising for a developer to come in.
Okay, thank you. Microphone 3 times 2.
Freddie Gillespie. I'm just curious because I keep reading about towns that opened up the doors to these types of large centers, and now they're freaking out and shutting the door, and it's saying it's ruined their community. We haven't mentioned the heat with climate change coming. These generate an awful lot of heat to the area. It's important for conservation values, but for neighbors as well as noise that people just can't live with. So I'm not clear that we know enough about the impact to neighborhoods, because we're not like some places that have a big industrial center set aside. We're butting up against your neighbors, and they're the ones who are going to be impacted. And if this does pass, this amendment, which is a majority vote, then all the people who are against it just need to vote no on the whole motion, and this whole package goes out. But that's the realistic thing to do if you really don't want these large-scale data center type operations coming to town. There's a lot of talking about not inviting people in. From what we had in the bylaw before for industrial parks, there's been a lot of thoughtful changes, and why not wait and see what happens? And then if you want to come back next year or a special town meeting and change it if you get no results that you want. But once you pass the bylaw, anyone can come in, and if you want to change it, it's grandfathered for anyone who puts a proposal through. So I would urge you to vote against it if you are at all uncertain. And then if it passes, then just vote down it's 2/3 vote, vote the whole amendment, the whole warrant article down.
Again, Mike 3.
Look around. Do we have 100?
Name and address, please.
Sorry, Kristen Laval, 12 Southwood Drive. Do we have 100 people in this room? Because I'll tell you right now, this conversation just went from the proposal that the planning board's been having public forums on, working diligently. We've been reading about, to a conversation very specific to AI data centers, which opens up a whole bunch of concerns. I respect the people who work in the industry, but a lot of us are seeing a lot of information, a lot of stories on the news, and they're concerning. So we're going to piss off our town if we pass through this amendment and we don't have better representation, because if people knew we were going to be diving this deep into the AI data center discussion, I think this room would look a lot different right now. So please, let's forget the amendment. Let's not do that to the other townspeople, and let's just pass through what the planning board's been working on. Thank you. Sorry, I'm freezing, so I'm shaking.
All right, thank you. Other comments or questions on the amendment to the article? Microphone 2.
Yeah, Tom, getting the 73 Flag Road. I'm just not sure I understand, looking at the amendment. With it all in place, do we end up with a 1,000-foot setback on all sides? Or does the second part, where it's all crossed out in red, eliminate all of those 1,000-foot setbacks?
This amendment makes it a 50-foot setback, I believe. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, hold on, sir. Mr. Stivers, can you clarify, please, for the gentleman?
It eliminates the 1,000-foot setbacks, which revert to the standard industrial park zone setbacks, which are 50 feet normally, and then 100 feet for conservation and residential parcel setbacks. So basically, this removes all the 1,000-foot setbacks for data centers. The 1,000-foot setbacks are still in place for the battery clean energy storage systems.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mike 4, on the amendment?
On the amendment, yes, sir. So I just want everybody in here to be empathetic to the neighboring residents, right? I understand a lot of you probably live further away, live at Presidential or wherever it might be. You think about putting a 50,000 to 100,000 square foot building 50 feet away from a one-story, 1,000 square foot ranch. It's about people, right? You can't do that. It is. You're not being empathetic to your neighbors. You're not understanding that you're blocking out light, that you're having an impact on their living, their well-being, and I think it's selfish.
Thank you. Mike 3, sir.
Regardless how you think about these amendments, but you all need to realize one thing. We're facing an override possibly next year on the budget. We have a tight town to start off with. The planning board can say what they want. This is a tough town to deal with. A lot of places have not moved to Southborough because it has tough zoning. And okay, that's fine. We voted for that. That's us. But as we continue to close in 1,000 feet border, is 3 football fields plus. How much are you going to have left that you would develop that could bring tax revenues into the town? I have voted and supported good education in schools, voted for the fire, police department, DPW, your recreation and stuff, but how much longer can we afford to do that? I'm not saying to put them in next to your neighborhood at all. I live up near Route 9, so I know what traffic and noise is about. But I bought the house knowing that. That's on me, not the town of Southborough. But we have large industrial pieces of land on Route 9. Thank God Costco is coming into that property, or it would sit there and we would not get a dime. So I think we need to be more, maybe Target, something like that could be out there. But this is too tight, and it's going to restrict too much of the town. We need a better plan of this than what we have today, regardless, as far as I'm concerned.
All right, thank you. I'm seeing mic 5 in the cafeteria.
John Gibson, 119 Northborough Road. Just wanted to point out that data centers often don't bring many jobs. We might get some tax revenue from them, but we're not creating a lot of jobs in the town long-term with the addition of these facilities, just as a thought.
Okay. The gentleman at mic 2 has spoken on this issue already, but I don't see anybody else. Sir, do you have something new on the amendment?
Yeah, removing the setback from 1,000 feet to 50 feet is outrageous. Okay, if you want to talk about 500 feet, maybe, but 1,000 to 50 is outrageous. And whether it needs to be doubled or whether it's 50,000, if we have somebody come in, like Costco, who wants to build a data center, we'll be glad to change it for them.
Okay, well, just to clarify, it is 50. The article moves it to 1,000. The amendment attempts to move it back. Just to, that's just factual. Yes, sir. Something new.
I just want to, having processed what Mr. Stivers said just a minute ago, I just want to say I'm opposed to his amendment. The combination of going from 50 to 100 and 1,000 to 50, to me, is just a bridge too far. So I'll be voting against it.
Okay. Something new, ma'am?
Do whatever I need to do. Perhaps I don't know if it's moving the question, if it pertains to an amendment, but I think we need to do that for all of the reasons initially explained here.
Yeah, so moving the question pertains to the motion currently on the floor, which is the amendment. We can move the question.
I would love to do
on
that.
the amendment. Okay. So that what that does is means we're done talking. We're going to take a vote immediately on the amendment if the motion to move the question passes, which requires a 2/3 vote. And it's not debatable. It's not amendable. So there's been a motion to move the question, which is the amendment. All those in favor, and if you pass this, it means we will then vote on the amendment. This is not a vote on the amendment yet. This is just a vote to stop talking. It's the best I can explain it. All those in favor of moving the question, please raise your hands. All those opposed? Okay, I declare a 2/3 majority on the motion to move the question. So now we come to the vote on the amendment, which is a majority vote. All those in favor of Mr. Stivers' amendment, please raise your hands. All those opposed? Let's do the clickers. No. I'll let you know when the window opens. We're just getting it set up. Okay, so just confirm, guys, you're ready when I am? Okay, so a yes vote is in favor of Mr. Stiver's motion. A no vote is obviously opposed. So let's open the vote, please. As a reminder, until we close the vote, if you change your mind, you can change your mind. But we'll give everybody a chance. Just look, this is a majority vote on the amendment, 2/3 on the main article, which we're not doing. So just do what you're doing. It's fine. It says 2/3 up top. Don't just ignore that. The number will be what it will be, whichever number's higher. That's all we're looking for here. We've been at 121 for a while, so I'll give it another 10, 15 seconds. I'll count it down. There's always somebody who wants to sneak in. All right, let's go 10 more seconds now. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, close it.
Thank God.
Okay, so no 73, yes 50. The motion fails. And then we are back to the main motion by the planning board. I'm going to go to Mike 4 and then 1.
Yeah, Mr. Moderator, I'd like to move to amend Article 17 in Section F, Development Standards, Bullet 5, striking the words in Section F, Development Standards, Bullet 5, and by substituting the words, any development abutting residential districts shall adhere to 2,000 feet front, rear, side offset. Any development abutting conservation districts shall adhere to 100 feet front, rear, and side. These requirements shall supersede and take precedence over any less restrictive setbacks in the article. The reasoning for this?
Hold on. Do you have it, Jim? No, you got to get it to the clerk in writing.
It's right here.
Come on up.
Point of order. I didn't hear a second. Second. Okay.
Fair point, Mr. Hamilton. Okay, so...
So if I could give an explanation?
No, we have to wait till it's formally in. While we're finalizing this, I will say, after we are done with this article, we technically have 9 left, but only, as I look at it, only 2 maybe require more than a minute of discussion at all. I'm not going to say which two, but please keep that in mind. Do we have that ready to put up, guys? So an older husband and wife are at home, and the husband's standing in front of a mirror. Husband's standing in front of a mirror, and he says to his wife, "You know, I feel like I'm shorter, I'm balder, I'm grayer, I'm fatter. I'm just not liking what I'm seeing here, and I could really use something positive from you right now." And she says, "Well, your eyesight is terrific." Anyone else can top it? Please go to a mic. Can we take the gray off? Yeah, and maybe scroll it up a little bit. A little bit, just right in the middle. Okay, good. Okay, so Mr. Green, you want to please speak to the rationale here?
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate all the work that the planning board has done to this point. I think this is a great opportunity for us to create a better setback for the existing residential communities that are impacted by the industrial zones. You have homes that have been around for 50, 60 years, some of which are most are single-family homes, single-story, 1,000 square feet. And when you start to think about putting 50,000, 100,000 square foot buildings that have 3 stories in height, 50 to 100 feet away from these properties, it doesn't make sense. You really need to be empathetic as to the neighborhoods that are existing and are currently there. And I think this gives us an opportunity to at least provide a barrier of some sort of 2,000 feet. Now, do I think 2,000 feet is enough? No, I don't. I think that when you have properties at this scale that live directly on residential boundaries, you need to create that buffer. There should also be bylaws in place to make sure that there's no tree cutting, right? To make sure that there's screenage, right? There's a lot of different things that we should be doing in order to allow for this growth, right? Because I am for the growth, and I understand that there is a need for it. But we also have to be responsible for our neighbors, and we have to be empathetic as to how we vote. So I think it's an opportunity for everybody in this room to think about what if it was your house, right? What if you had a 100,000 3-story building 50 feet off of your lot line? I don't think people can understand that until you actually see like the pictures that Marnie put up and think about 50 to 100 feet off of your lot line. That's a pretty scary thing for people. So I appreciate everybody's time, and I think that this sets at least a minimum that people could live with. And by the way, I'm not in a butter to it, right? I'm in a butter to in a butter. I'm thinking about my neighbors, most of which probably have no idea that this is going on right now. So I think we should really think about how we're being responsible in these situations and not selfish. Thank you.
All right, yes, Ms. Houlihan first, just briefly, please.
Thank you. A blanket 2,000-foot setback to all proposed uses is not viable because it is disproportionate, undifferentiated, and inconsistent with sound zoning practice. The list of proposed uses includes offices, clinics, creative workspaces, cultural facilities, and low-impact commercial activity. These uses are human scale, enclosed, daytime-oriented, and already subject to strict performance standards which are new to the industrial park district. Many are routinely permitted adjacent to residential districts and communities throughout the Commonwealth. Imposing a 2,000-foot back on these uses would not address a demonstrated risk. Instead, it would introduce an artificial constraint that effectively eliminates otherwise appropriate low-impact development from the district. It's not protective zoning, it is exclusionary zoning by distance. Zoning works best when it's graduated and impact-based. We have already applied that logic where it is warranted by proposing larger setbacks for infrastructure scale uses with continuous operation, higher energy intensity, and evolving risk profiles. Extending that same extreme distance to benign commercial and civic use collapses critical distinctions and weakens the credibility of the bylaw overall. In short, a 2,000-foot blanket setback is not supported by a land use impact, is not aligned with establishing planning standards, and would impose restrictive constraints where none are justified. A differentiated approach is both more defensible and more responsible, and we have put forward a differentiated approach. Thank you.
All right, microphone 2, then 4, then back to 2.
Al Hamilton, 35 Pine Hill Road. I did a very quick review of the town GIS system, and I don't believe there is any industrially zoned parcel where a 2,000-foot setback would remotely be possible. It's unworkable.
Thank you. Mike 4.
I was going to say the same.
All right, thank you. Mike 2.
In similar fashion, Andrew 550 Oak Hill Road, that would also kill the Costco parcel, just so everybody knows.
All right.
Grandfathered.
Hold on a second. I thought somebody was coming to the mic in the cap, but they're not. Before I let you go again, any other comment or question on the amendment on the floor?
Can I move to vote? Or whatever that's called. The thing she did.
Yeah, all right, but Mr. Green was already back to the mic, so just very briefly something.
Yeah, the offset is just to a residential lot line. It's not blanket across any line itself, right? So what I propose is to a residential.
Okay.
I think a lot of the things that we're saying here and saying it's not possible, it's not true. You think about the Park Central piece, right? 2,000 offset on that large of a parcel where it abuts residential homes, right? And you think about putting a 100-foot buffer in, it's not enough, right? So that's not true. So what Mr. Pfaff came up to say, like that's incorrect.
Yeah. Okay. You could say that. Leave his name out of it, please. Sir.
Just do it.
No, it's okay. You move the question?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay. Again, this is just a motion to stop talking. It requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay. I declare a 2/3 majority on the motion to move the question. Now we will vote on Mr. Green's amendment. This is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? Okay, that amendment fails. We're back to the main motion. And now, sir, you've been up there very patiently. Please go.
Thank you. Tyler Oakleaf, 21 Fairview Drive. I have a question about number 6 here on the small clean energy infrastructure. I guess my question is before and after this article. So under current zoning, if someone wanted to come into one of these lots and put in solar PV, ground mount solar PV, and do that like 50 feet from a lot line, that's allowed under current zoning or not? Prior to this article?
You know what, Mimi? Yes, it is allowed.
Okay, so this is going to restrict that to 1,000-foot setback on if someone wanted to put in solar PV ground mount.
In the industrial park district, correct.
Okay. In that case, I don't know that I can support this overall because all of these things that are listed under number 6, the emergency operation plan, the decommissioning plan, all of this extra stuff seems completely ridiculous for someone who wants to put solar PV on their land. I will also mention that number 11, the standalone electrical vehicle charging stations, almost all of those at level 3 charging are going to require usually a lithium-ion battery for high-level charging. And so they will also get swept up into number 6, even though seem to have the intention seemed to be a lower zoning standard in 11 for those things. So I just don't think I can support anything that is going to make solar more restrictive. So that's my thing.
All right, thank you. Other comments or questions on Article 17? Okay, nothing in the CAF, nothing here in the auditorium. This is obviously a 2/3 vote to pass Article 17. So let's see if we can do it with hands. All those in favor of the article, please raise your hands. All those opposed? Let's do the clickers again. And guys down front, this is a 2/3 to set it up. All right, I'll give everybody a second to get ready. Obviously, yes means you're in favor of the article, no means you're opposed. All right, let's open it up, please. Okay, voting is open. As a reminder, we do have our smarter than any of us high school students here with the pink t-shirts, if anybody has any issues at all. There's 3 of them in the cafeteria that wonder if anyone even realizes they're there, but I see you. All right, we'll give it about 10, 15 more seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's close it. That looks, do we have a percentage number? That looks like 75-ish%. Is there? Yes, so yeses are 90, noes are 32, so that is more than a 2/3 majority, and so the article passes. Now we're skipping all the way down to Article 25. This was held off the consent agenda, and I hope the person who did that is still here somewhere. But first, I need to put the motion, put the article on the floor. Is Ms. Braccio here?
Grant Farrington from the CPC. I'm going to be moving the warrant.
Okay, speak up right in the mic. Go ahead.
Yep.
Make the motion.
Grant Farrington, 58 Flag Road, member of the Community Preservation Committee. I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Does receive a second? Okay, so Mr. Farrington, can you please just speak briefly to what Article 25 is?
Sure, yeah. So last year, the CPC partnered with the Affordable Housing Trust to transfer a sum of about $550,000 to the trust for the purpose of creating affordable housing. This year, it's essentially a recurring follow-up to that warrant article that passed last year. So we've received additional funds, about $60,000, and so this would be an additional appropriation matching exactly the warrant article from last year to move that $61,000 to the Affordable Housing Trust.
All right, thank you. I don't know who held this off the consent list. Is that person still here? Do they want to identify themselves, explain? Doesn't look like it. Any comments or questions on Article 25? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hands. All those opposed? Okay, that article passes. Article 26 is Mr. Hegarty's article. If I call for a motion on Article 26, Mr. Hegarty's not going to make it. I don't know specifically why. I'm not sure it matters. But Jim, if you want to, don't even want to explain it. If we don't have a motion, we don't have anything to talk about. So hearing none, we'll keep going. Article 27, Mr. Dennington.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 18 as printed in the warrant.
This is Article 27, sir.
Oops, I'm sorry. I move Article 27 as printed in the warrant.
Does receive a second? All right, Mr. Dennington.
Yes, this authorizes the town to accept a series of easements that would facilitate the culvert work that is badly needed at Willow Street to prevent the ongoing flooding that's occurring there.
Okay, any comment or question with regard to Article 27? Seeing none in either part of the hall. This is a 2/3. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All those opposed. Okay, I declare 2/3 majority. Article 29, Ms. Cook.
I move the article is printed in the warrant.
Let's receive a second. Ms. Cook, can you stand up, please?
So I am going to throw that to Mr. Robbins, who's at the microphone. The ZBA is the sponsor of this article.
Wait. Please say that again.
So I would like Mr. Robbins, who's at the microphone 1, to speak to this as a member of the ZBA who sponsored this article.
I see. Okay. Mr. Robbins, please go ahead.
Well, I want to make this as short as possible because we are dropping like flies, so we want to keep a quorum going here. Very quickly, with the passage of the Massachusetts law allowing accessory dwelling units, ADUs by right, to which Southborough has adopted those regulations, there's an inherent issue with that for people like myself with smaller homes. The law allows for single-family homes to add an accessory dwelling unit by right up to 900 square feet or 50% of the gross floor area of the home. And so for my house, example is under 1,600 square feet. I couldn't build a 900 square foot home. I would have to subject to about, a 750 square foot ADU. And so there's an inequity there. And so the overarching goal is for people who want to adopt an accessory dwelling unit. So let's say you're aging in place, you want to add, whether it's an attached, a detached, or an accessory place, you're able to do so because what happens is that square footage really matters. Smaller homes are more likely in need of an accessory dwelling unit, and so the amendment is designed to allow for, to cure that issue with respect to the square footage.
All right, thank you. Comment or question? Microphone number 4.
Marnie Houlihan from the Planning Board, reading the report to the Select Board. The Planning Board voted 401 in support of the ATM article ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 2.
Just to clarify, 600 square feet, 1,200 square feet is a little bit hard to put your arms around. So the 600 square feet is a 24 by 24 square ranch. 1 bedroom may be appropriate for 1 person or 2 people with a handicap. 1,200 square feet is roughly 24 by 50, or a 2-story 24 by 24 may be closer to be adequate for a 2-bedroom and a handicap.
Yeah, that's the goal, is the change with respect to allowing for a larger footprint for an ADU is to help specifically seniors with disabilities, wheelchair accessible. Again, think of it as your parents want to move into, I use my parents, they're not here, so they had to go. But let's just say they wanted to stay at their home. Let's just say hey, we need a smaller place. We want to add a home for them to, or a space for them to live in and occupy. There's 2 of them. The additional square footage from both a price to build the ADU as well as just a livability just makes more sense. I work with contractors throughout the Commonwealth that build this. 900 square foot is an expensive price per square. Hence, the idea is to allow up to 12 by right, 1,200 square feet by right.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to have you yield the mic to Mr. Rose.
Thank you. Howard Rose, 2 Bantry Road. We keep talking about ADUs here as for family members or something, and that's fantastic. But at 1,200 square feet, now you're taking half our town with acre zoning, and you're potentially putting a second unit on that lot, which drastically changes the character of our town, drastically affects our school systems and our budgets. And I have no problem with the art, with your thing as by right. I think the 1,200 square feet is way too large. I think as the state has put 900 square feet if we made it by right. So even if you had as your house was 12 or 16, to do the state number, I think is appropriate. I think going over the state guidelines is inappropriate and will drastically affect our town. So thank you.
Thank you. Mike 2.
Marcy Jones, 18 Lettuce-Guelmer Road, Chair of Advisory. I'm speaking for Advisory, who voted no. While Advisory recognizes the value of expanding housing opportunities for seniors and young families, members raised the concerns as follows. This article could have a potential of creating de facto 2-unit homes on small lots. 300 square feet, while sounding insignificant, does represent about a 1/3 increase in size. Impacts on neighborhood density and character is a serious concern. Septic parking and frontage limitations are not addressed. Adequacy of existing enforcement is questionable, and by right versus maintaining a permitting process, which many towns have done when they increase the size of ADUs, does not exist here. And also, as one member raised very strongly, there's a potential for school budget impacts and other budget impacts without any increases to tax revenue. So we strongly encourage a no vote on this article. Thank you.
Thank you. No, we got others to talk. Mike 1, the gentleman in the orange, then Mike 4.
Patrick Stanton, 24 Main Street. I am very in favor of this. I feel like some of the concerns have addressed the character of our town, but as the previous speaker, or one of the previous speakers mentioned, it is an inequity because folks with larger homes can put in larger ADUs. So why can't myself, who owns a 1,550 square foot home, put in an ADU of similar size? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Me as a homeowner should be able to build something as large as someone with a larger home.
Okay, thank you. Mike 4, then 5 in the CAF, and then back to 4. Mr. Robbins, I've just got to give everybody a chance who hasn't spoken.
I just wanted to get back to Advisory's position on that, which was very faulty.
Yeah, way to sneak it in. Now, can you back off the mic, please? Why don't you back off the mic when others are standing at it?
Me?
Microphone 4.
Mimi Luttrell, a planning board chair. So at the last town meeting, the planning board implemented this, the state guidelines, which they allow 900 square foot or 50% of the gross floor area as an ADU by right. And we heard at that town meeting and after that it was unfair to smaller property owners of smaller homes, and the ZBA took that up to make a more equitable bylaw. The difference between 9 and 12 is pretty much a bedroom, and this simplifies the process. We've had, we called them accessory apartments, but we've allowed them by special permit since the 80s, and we've had 34 since that. So I don't think that all of a sudden there's going to be a explosion in 1,200 square foot ADUs. But we have a shortage of housing. We have a shortage of housing that's affordable. We have heard from seniors that there's an inability of them to sell their homes and find something smaller. So perhaps they could have a child take their big house, that they could be in the ADU. So there are a lot of positives to this, and the planning board overwhelmingly supported it. Thank you.
Thank you. In the cafeteria, please.
John Gibson, 119 Northborough Road. I think somebody previously said that the sewage wasn't dealt with. I mean, are the ADUs exempt from Title V septic requirements in some way? It seems like that would just be a normal requirement. Thank you.
Yes, I'm hearing that it is a normal requirement. Back to microphone 4.
Frank Tipton, 1 Chestnut Hill Road. I'm in favor of this article, and I won't repeat all the good pieces that have been said that I agree with for being in favor. I would just point out that in terms of the concern about the changing character of the town, et cetera, I have not heard a groundswell of people ready to put shovels in dirt and build ADUs upon passage of this piece. I think we're all private homeowners. And I don't know about you, but I'm a school teacher with, paying high property taxes and high electric bills. And I think many of us are not prepared to jump into building ADU. But I do think that we would like that flexibility, and we would like that flexibility to be equitable across the town. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Microphone 1.
Doris Cahill, 29 Overlook Drive. I'm a member of ZBA. I just want to go into more detail about the 34 units we have in town that have on record, have accessory or would now be ADU departments.
Are you speaking on behalf of ZBA?
I can speak on behalf of ZBA.
Okay, well,
Is that
Mr.
okay?
Robbins has done that.
Okay, so I'll speak on behalf as a resident.
I'm sorry?
I'm certainly willing to speak as a resident.
Well, let's go to the ZBA has spoken. I will come back around.
That's
but-
perfectly fine. I'll speak either way.
No, I will come back around
That's
to ZBA. Number 2, please.
System requirements will govern over the square footages, okay? The reason why this town has the character that it has is because we have no sewer. Septic will definitely govern.
Yeah, okay. Number 3.
Yeah, Robert Reeder, 4 Blender Woods. I'm a little curious. I mean, even with an ADU, you still, like you said, follow septic. You still have to follow setbacks. What's the difference if I had money and tore my house down and built one that was 1,200 square feet bigger? It's my property. I followed within the zoning. I don't see why the issue is if somebody needs to add some more space, they can't.
All right, thank you. All right, I don't have anyone else at the mic. Let's go back to mic 1, please.
Okay, sorry. I'll speak on behalf of the ZBA. In regard to the detail, the 34, that concerns come up. That is overwhelmingly family members moving in. I don't think we have a tsunami either. And of the entire inventory in the town, there are some numbers that our administration pulled together. There's other factors in the special permitting process that does preclude, I think, up to 74% of the residents from actually putting in an ADU. in all the existing zoning. Parking, there are parking rules, setback rules, sewer. Mr. Carter absolutely is correct. You're going to have to meet sewer, height, setback, setback, and parking. So I'm just adding that to those who would like to know more details.
All right, thank you. Any other comment or question on the article?
We did
Nothing in-
have one medical, and I'm only mentioning maybe two medical reasoning, and 900 would be very tight based on the state average. So if you needed to put in a care aid, which is exorbitant in assisted living to place an elderly or parent, they're going to need to make the bathroom larger. I mean, what are we doing here? Is you couldn't put the caregiver in, which you've had in one or two instances in some of those applications. Okay.
All right. By state law, this requires a majority vote, not a 2/3. All those in favor of the article, please raise your hands. All those opposed? Okay, the motion carries. Article 30, is Ms. Houlihan, are you? Okay, thank you.
I move the article as printed in the warrant.
I just receive a second? All right, Ms. Houlihan, can you briefly explain?
Don't worry, even though it slides, it's literally 2 seconds. They're really simple. So what is Shop C and what is SAHT? And what a precarious acronym that is. Thank goodness it's SAHT. Shop C is Southborough Opportunity Partnership Committee. That was changed with, their description is charged with the study, promotion, and facilitation of affordable housing in the town of Southborough. SAHT is the Southborough Board of Trustees of the Affordable Housing Trust, and their charge is to expand the stock of permanently affordable housing in the town of Southborough using the 16 powers granted to it by the state law and town bylaw. Well, wouldn't you know, Shop C was dissolved in October 2024. SAHT was established to replace it in January 2025. Our town still reflects Shop C in everything, the acronym. So what is this? It is to update our town code and literally remove Shop C, SHOPC with SAHT. That's it. That's the presentation.
All right. Comment or question? Because it is a zoning amendment, it does require 2/3. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed?
Thank you.
All right. I declare a 2/3 majority. The next item, Article 31, was held from the consent list.
I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Okay, is the person who held it from the consent list here? Please come to the microphone. Yes, sir.
Hello, Jim Waddell, 21 Darlene Drive. I just wanted to understand how this was described as an administrative sort of transmission when it seems like it is more substantive, that you're talking about adding both 3 stories instead of 2.5 stories to the...
I can help explain that.
Help me understand. So, right, and then it also looks like it adds space. So I was just confused by this. By the language that was used that says, to be clear, correct an electronic transcription error. And it seemed when I looked in the book, it was quite substantive. So that's what I wanted to make sure I understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
Thank you. So hopefully I can dispel any confusion. So basically, in the chart of the MBTA community, remember that town meeting? That was a long night. We got through this and we approved the MBTA bylaw. In that, there's a chart, a literal table, and it's right here on your screen. And in that table, I've circled in red what happened in that chart. The ors in the row D were placed as an or, and the percent in the maximum floor area ratio, FAR, it was placed as a percent. Well, actually, if you put a percent on FAR, you literally can't build anything because it won't comply. It can't have a percentage. It's literally a 0.3, not a 0.3%. So what we're proposing in this bylaw is not actually substantive. It is clerical. It's removing the or and replacing it with a comma, which is consistent with all of the resident B dimensional standards and industrial park standards that exist throughout the town code. So it replicates that to those tables, and it removes the percentage out of the FAR. So that's where the transcription error. So it's not substantive. It's actually, it was an error. And so these, what exists today, we cite in MBTA is the dimensional standards for residential B and industrial park, and those are actually the residential and industrial park standards. It's with the comma and without the percentage.
Thank you for the clarification.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay.
And it's done, that's the bylaw.
Okay. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands.
Thank
All
you.
those opposed? Thank you. Okay, Article 32, Mr. Dennington.
Mr. Moderator, I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you. Does it receive a second? Mr. Dennington?
Yes. So this article, sponsored by the Select Board, is really conceived of by the Tricentennial Committee. And what it does is it allows temporary banners to be displayed to promote the Tricentennial celebration. Just as a quick reminder to people, I hope everyone will start to get excited that next year is Southborough's Tricentennial. The Tricentennial Committee has already been for 2 years now planning and preparing for a year-long celebration that's going to include a first day drone show, family barbecue, music festival, cemetery tour, etc. And to promote all of these events, we want to have temporary banners that would promote the Tricentennial celebration. So I hope everyone will support it and also not only vote for this article, but also, support the Tricentennial celebration. Other ways you can find out more information, just quickly Google Southborough 300 and you get to the Tricentennial Committee's website and find out about all the good things that we're doing.
Okay, because this is an amendment to the zoning, the sign bylaw requires a 2/3 vote. Any comment or question? Yes.
Marnie Houlihan, Planning Board, just wanted to read our report to the Select Board. We voted 401 to approve this bylaw.
All right, thank you. Other comments or questions? All right, this is a 2/3. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? All right, that motion, I declare a 2/3 majority. The motion carries. Let me just speak briefly to the last article before we go to the second to last. Article 34 does not have anybody here to move the article purposefully. The original submitters of the citizens petition on Article 34 are two very engaged and commendable high school residents who are not registered voters, by the way. And in conversations with them and their families, there may be something that comes back in the fall, but there might have been a little confusion about what the significance of a citizen's petition actually is versus just a regular petition, et cetera. So, like a lot of things that come to town meeting, by the time we get to town meeting, they're not quite ready for prime time, and that is the case in the case of that article. So what we have left is Article 33. Mr. Barron. You don't look like Mr. Barron.
No, Mr. Barron cannot be here today because he had major surgery, and he asked me to speak his part.
So if we have a citizen's petition, typically then in the absence of the person who turned it in, we'd look for somebody else who signed that petition to make this motion. Is there anybody here that is a signatory? No. Can you just give me your name and address, sir, for now?
Sure. It's Michael Bajani, 123 Middle Road.
Okay, hold on a second. All right, Mr. Bajani, you have not signed the petition,
No,
correct?
I have not.
Okay, but you want to make the motion to put it on the floor?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go right ahead.
I'd like to make a move, the article is printed on the warrant.
Does it receive a second? All right. Go ahead, Mr. Bajani.
The article is involved is to see if the town will vote to create a separate finance committee with its own members and duties. The finance committee will follow Mass General Laws, Chapter 9, Section 16, excuse me. The first priority would be to make sure the Department of Revenue financial review of the town of Southborough, dated August of 2024, recommendation number 11, the town accountant appears he or she does not have custody of all contracts and grants he or she is legally obliged to maintain. Therefore, we recommend that the heads of all departments, boards, and commissions ensure that they submit copies of all grants and contracts to the accountant's office in compliance with Mass General Law, C-41, subsection 57, and bylaw Article 3, subsection 3-2. When reviewing payment requests, the accountant must be able to verify the terms of the contract are met. If the department submits a bill and a contract with the payment terms are not on file, he or she should not process the payment until she gets the contract. We also want the Finance Committee to confirm that the payment to the vendor is for product or services that follow Commonwealth of Massachusetts municipal purchasing rules and laws. The Finance Committee will review, and when they vote by a majority of members, they may order an audit from a Mass Certified Public Accountant firm employing a minimum of 10 CPAs. The committee may spend up to $20,000 per year without new town meeting authority. If more funds are needed, the committee will ask town meeting for added funds. The following boards and committees can appoint a single Finance Committee member for 2 years: the Planning Board, the Zoning Board of Appeals, Advisory Committee, Board of Assessors, and the Select Board. No finance member can be an elected official in the town. The Finance Committee shall work with the town auditor and independent auditor and together submit a summary of their work to be included in the town's annual report. The following recommendations of the Department of Revenue, Massachusetts, will be the initial role of this committee. The Finance Committee may increase its responsibility over by time following the responsibilities laid out by the Finance Committee Handbook Association of Town and Finance Committees, 3 Center Plaza. This article was put together from a study that the Division of Local...
Wait. You just made the motion? We need...
Yeah,
well, no.
okay.
You're speaking to the motion.
Right.
At this point. All right, go ahead, and then I'm going to have town council speak to it as well.
Okay. All I wanted to add was this whole article was put together after a study was done by the Division of Local Services, Mass Department of Revenue, and just some issues that they found that should be looked at to make it more efficient with our money and tax dollars. That's it.
All right, thank you. I'm going to have town council come up and give us some guidance about this, about the substance of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jay Tallerman, Town Council. We reviewed this article and we have some significant concerns. There's a narrower concern on the second paragraph where it says that the Finance Committee will review when they vote and by a majority of members and order an audit. Under the statute regarding Finance Committees, even if this was a legal Finance Committee, they would have no such authority to retain auditors on their own. That would require a special act of the legislature. They have no contract authority, no procurement authority. That would reside with someone else. Our bigger concern, though, is that by law, it states under Chapter 39, Section 16, that every town is to have either a Finance Committee or some towns call it an advisory committee or a warrant committee. And is intended, in our opinion, to mean a singular committee that is designed to make recommendations with respect to the annual budget and warrant articles as may be further set forth in a bylaw. We have a finance committee, and we think it would be likely, legally and ruled to be legally infirm, to have a competing finance committee. If the town wished to create some kind of other committee for oversight, fine, but that's not what this proposes here. We also think it would lead to significant confusion to this body to have two finance committees submitting two different budgets to town meeting and two separate recommendations, sets of recommendations with respect to the warrant articles. So again, we think that there's legal infirmity here as well as the possibility for significant confusion on this. That's town council's view on this.
In terms of our boards and committees, I see that advisory has an at-town meeting designation on this. Does advisory want to take a position now?
Our position is no. We're
Okay.
not in support, but we did want to wait and hear the argument. We appreciate transparency, audits, any information that could come out of such a committee, but at this time, we agree with some of the concerns that have been raised that this may not be a workable solution based on how it's written. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comment or question on the article on the floor? Yes, I'll come back to you. Mr. Pajani.
Mike Pajani, 123 Middle Road. The only concern with the whole thing was that there was payments being made without contracts in hand. That was a large issue that the state saw. The other one was when funds are being transferred, it's going to a private bank account. And their opinion was it should be a town-owned bank account, but that's just what they're saying. I just wanted to convey that, what the state had said.
Okay, all right. So, Select Board Advisory, apparently there was a state audit and there's a report as a result of it, and I assume both bodies are aware of it. Yes, 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 okay. Okay. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor of the article, please raise your hands. All those opposed? All right, article fails. Once again, thanks to the kids in the pink t-shirts. Do I have a motion to dissolve the 2026 annual town meeting? And seconded, all in favor? All right, thank you very much.